Ready? You're good to go.
Good evening. I'd like to call tonight's November 25th, 2024 Academic Achievement Joint Governance Meeting to order. Tonight, the Pine-Richland School Board will be continuing its review of Policy 109.1. As a reminder, we'll be following seriatim, which is a provision in Robert's Rules allowing the board to review policies and larger documents paragraph by paragraph. The way that will go again tonight, as it did last time, is that I will read the paragraph under consideration, and then it will be open to debate and amendment. If there are any amendments, the board will vote, and then we'll move on to the next paragraph and continue the same process through the rest of the policy. We'll then review the beginning, the purpose, and the definitions before considering the policy as a whole, at which point more changes could be made if the board deems necessary. Since this is a continuation of the last meeting, the motion is still on the table, the motion to report the revised policy to the board, and the rules established at the last meeting, including the 3 minutes, continue this evening as well. So with that, we will pick up where we left off at the last meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to speak briefly before we begin the meeting.
I'm sorry, again, with seriatim, we speak if it has to be related to each paragraph. If you have a point of order regarding the process, you're more than welcome to bring that up, but there is no paragraph yet to be considered, so I am going to read that process. I just read the procedure.
Madam Chair, I move to suspend the rules of the joint governance meeting and allow me to speak prior to the meeting.
Well, Mr. Hoffman, is that in order?
That would require a vote of majority
Okay.
to suspend the rules. Two-thirds, I'm sorry, two-thirds.
Is that debate, two-thirds, and is that debatable?
No.
Being that that's not debatable, the motion on the floor is to suspend the rules established and to allow Ms. Fortier to give a statement. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Madam Chair,
Any abstentions? The motion fails.
okay, Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Fortier?
I move to suspend the rules of the joint governance meeting and modify the agenda by moving the recognition of visitors from the end of the meeting to the beginning.
I guess we can vote on that as well. Again, not debatable. All in favor to, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, we need a second.
I'll second that.
And the motion on the floor is to suspend the rules and to move the public comment portion, to amend the agenda for this evening and move the public comment portion to the beginning of the meeting. All those in favor?
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? The motion fails.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Fortier.
I move that the red line version of Library Policy 109.1 be considered as a whole.
So, Mr. Hoffman, should there be a motion to, since this is a determination of the chair, is this a motion to, I forget the word, to,
I'm not sure what the word is, but it would take a majority vote to deviate from the seriatim.
okay, all right, we'll just put it to a vote. I forget the exact words.
Is this up for debate?
No.
Okay.
We need a second.
Yeah,
Guess
we'll
I'll
need a
second that one too.
All those in favor of considering the policy as a whole and not using seriatim, the motion on the floor is to consider the policy as a whole. All those in favor?
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
No.
Madam
Any
Chair.
abstentions? The motion fails.
Okay. Madam Chair, I move to appeal the decision to keep the librarian's responses to the red line policy in executive session and instead move it to the public record.
There was no decision to do that, so I'm not sure.
How did it end up in executive
Someone
versus
put it
public?
there. It was uploaded to Dr. Miller, can you address
Sure.
that, please?
It's in admin content, not executive content.
Oh,
Admin
sorry,
content,
admin,
but it
sorry.
can be moved to public content. That's fine.
I mean, I'm not even sure this needs to come to a vote. This is procedural. We can move that.
Okay.
Are there
Okay.
any other questions that you have?
Just that, can I be added to the end to speak as a visitor, please?
Mr. Hoffman, is that permitted?
I'm sorry, Amy, what was the request? I didn't fully
Since
hear.
I was denied the ability to speak in the beginning, I'd like to speak as a visitor at the end. So I just want Barb to add my name to the list.
Yeah, that's fine. That can be
Okay.
done.
I mean, I don't know if we have to vote on that,
I don't
so
think
you
have
could.
to.
No, I just want it for record, that's all.
But in that case, since you're speaking as a public person and not in your private person and not in your role as a school board member, perhaps you should make your speech from the public comment area.
Oh, I will. I
Okay.
plan on it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Moving, yes, sir.
Just real quick, I had emailed earlier today about, I just want to be clear to Dr. P and Dr. J, would they be participating only if asked either by me or by a member of the board?
I think at this point only and that would count against the person's time wanting more
Okay, so whether it's
information.
me or it's someone else, that counts against the 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the board members, the elected board members are part of the conversation.
Yep.
Just to be consistent,
Okay.
we will.
So if there's something that you want to weigh in, I could just make me aware and then I can give you part of my time.
Okay.
Just, is it okay to move that document to public? Is that what
I'm sorry?
is it okay to move the document
Yeah.
to public? Is that what we
That's
decided?
fine.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay.
Can you just go over the 3 minutes, just so I'm clear? We can speak twice for 3 minutes each. Is that how it is?
Correct.
And that's section meaning paragraph, so depending on how
Right,
long. A
so it
paragraph could be one
resets.
sentence, it could be 4
Yes,
sentences.
and it resets with each consideration, new section that we're considering.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we are going to begin at, yes, go ahead.
Barb, you said you were putting this in in public content. I don't have it even in the administrative content, what I'm seeing on the agenda. I don't know if it's just mine. I know I switched out laptops. I don't know if that would make a difference.
You should be able to see it in admin
2.01.
content. So I'm gonna push it up right now, so.
Okay.
Okay. Are you good? Do you have a copy? Okay. So moving on, the first section will be under the new section titled Acquisition. And the paragraph under consideration is each school librarian shall provide the superintendent or superintendent's designee with a list of all materials recommended for purchase and/or inclusion on a monthly basis. It's now open to debate or amendment. Hearing none.
I'll
Dr.
do
Miller?
the same thing as last time. I'll try to wait until after any board
Okay.
members if they have any. So I think the existing policy says that it'll be created and shared with the building principal. And so I think that's an appropriate in terms of the organization structure of the district. So my thought to the board, I'm not sure that I make motions. I don't think that's my role. So I'm just giving input. So, my thought would be for that very first piece, again, each school librarian shall provide the building principal with a list of all materials recommended for purchase and/or inclusion on a monthly basis. That would be my input.
So I think the wording does contemplate that, in that as the superintendent, you have the superintendent's designee, and that would be your prerogative. If you want to name the particular school librarian, or excuse me, principal, then I think we've covered it.
It's certainly accurate. So my feedback was that to be clear in policy, if we know the designee, and in this case, I believe we know the designee, it's the building principal. So in any public school structure, I think it would be unusual for a librarian of any school, elementary school to a high school, to submit a list directly to the superintendent or even assistant superintendent. So the building principal would be the person to whom, and I think just being clear in the language, if that's going to be in there, makes sense. Then anybody who reads the policy knows that the list is submitted to the building principal on whatever routine basis. Again, just input. I mean,
Madam Chair, I make a motion to amend the language to say each school librarian shall provide the,
Building
or
principal.
how about each school librarian, after collaborative review, sorry, each school librarian shall all right, can I use some help? Dr. Miller, how would that fall into phrasing that would make sense for
Well,
satisfying the building principal to be included?
I was just going to the existing policy says each school librarian shall provide the building principal. And so
Okay.
in this first part of this section, it says each school librarian shall provide the superintendent or superintendent's designee. I was just suggesting slice through superintendent designee and replace it with building principal.
Okay. Madam Chair, I make a motion to amend the section to say each school librarian shall provide shall provide the building principal with a list of recommendations for new and all. Why was that switched?
Who are you asking?
I don't know who made the edit.
I would just recommend you make your amendment. We're in the middle of a motion. Why don't you finish that, and then with the language you find best.
Sure, the original. Each school librarian shall provide the building principal with a list of recommendations for all materials and reorders of existing material. For all materials and reorders
it's
of
a new
existing
section.
material. Or you know what? No reorders of existing material. Yeah, all materials.
Can you repeat your motion, please, and your amendment?
Am I able to amend one sentence, or are we doing the whole section?
We are taking the first paragraph, which I read it, which is happens to be one sentence.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm looking off of the, okay. Okay, so I move to make an amendment to read each school librarian shall provide the building principal with a list of all materials recommended for purchase.
Ashley, are you just trying to put the building principal wherever the superintendent is?
Yes, but also I want to disclude the reorders of existing materials. I want
Okay.
the librarians to be able to just reorder those with if they're already in the collection. It just seems redundant to have them have to do that again.
I see.
Does anyone have that version that she's reading?
I don't have that version.
I'm
no.
looking at the old version. It's similar to what she's saying currently.
The current version does not have the language reorders in it.
No. Does it say that in the librarians?
So where'd this come from?
I think what she's doing, and I don't want to put words in your mouth. I think what she's trying to do is change wherever it says superintendent to building principal. But then
Yes.
wherever wherever there is material that we already have, and they just want to reorder it because maybe it's lost or maybe it's
I'll read it
any good,
again.
just
Sorry.
to just go ahead and be able, they should be able to just go ahead and reorder it. Am I right when I'm saying that?
Correct. I think
Okay.
the librarian version has that line in it where this doesn't. So I'm not sure where.
Can we work off of the red line that we were
Sure.
working off last week? I'll read it one more time so we're clear on the paragraph that we're reviewing. Each school librarian shall provide the superintendent or superintendent's designee with a list of all materials recommended for purchase and/or inclusion on a monthly basis. So are you still proposing to amend that?
Yes.
How would you like to amend it?
I would like to amend it for it to say, each school librarian shall provide the building principal with a list of all materials recommended for purchase and/or inclusion on a monthly basis.
Okay, so you're just replacing.
Yes.
You are proposing replacing superintendent or superintendent designee with simply building principal.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Who's that? Mrs. Miller?
Was that you, Mrs. Miller?
That was me.
Okay. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed?
No.
No.
Mr. Morset and Mr. Weaver were no?
Yep.
Any abstentions?
Motion passes.
So that passes. Yes.
May I make a thought on this,
On the same one?
on the same sentence,
Okay. Including the new.
including what
Okay.
she's done?
Go
yes.
ahead.
Where it says with a list of all materials, should we consider putting that as all new materials so that's not including reorders?
So,
And the intention to be that
so are you
reorders-
making a motion?
I am making a
Okay.
motion.
So correct me if I'm misunderstanding. You are making a motion to have it read, each school librarian shall provide the building principal with a list of all new materials recommended for purchase and/or inclusion on a monthly basis.
That's my motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
Abstentions? The amendment passes. So then, the paragraph now reads, each school librarian shall provide the building principal with a list of all new materials recommended for purchase and/or inclusion on a monthly basis. Any further discussion on this paragraph?
Does that mean they have to, like, at least in a monthly basis, but if something comes up before the monthly basis, they can still?
I think it says a monthly basis.
But I'm asking, okay, so that's at minimum.
A minimum.
Okay.
Seeing no other amendments or discussion regarding this paragraph, I'm going to move on to the next one. After superintendent's or designee's initial approval, the recommended list shall be provided to the board, announced to parents, guardians via the building newsletter or other means reasonably expected to reach parents or guardians, and posted on the district's website for 30 days prior to the superintendent's or designee's final approval. After 30 days, the superintendent shall make a final recommendation list for consideration and approval by the board. Library materials recommended by the superintendent shall be adopted through a majority vote by the board. Upon board approval, the library materials shall then be processed for order. As the new library materials are received, they shall be checked against the board-approved master list of library materials ordered before being added to the district's library collection. The paragraph is now open to amendment and debate.
Well, I think based off of changing that first sentence, don't we have to do a building principal throughout?
So are you making a motion?
I am.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor to change the first sentence to have it read, after the building principal's initial approval, the recommended list shall be provided to the board, announced to the parents or guardians via the building newsletter or other means reasonably expected to reach parents or guardians, and posted on the district's website for 30 days prior to the superintendent's or designee's final approval.
Well, that's where we would put building.
that?
We would put building principal again there.
Oh, okay, sorry. So the second one is also, I'm not going to read it all again, but both references in that sentence to superintendent or superintendent's designee. The motion is to change that to building principal. Do we have a
Can I ask a
second?
question here, Joe? Just
Well-
so I'm clear. In this paragraph, you're
Ma-
saying change superintendent.
Mike, can we wait until there's a second, and then we can ask the questions? Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Go ahead.
So you're suggesting to change superintendent to building principal throughout that paragraph in its entirety. So I'm seeing it like 4 times. Is that?
I think it's like 3 times.
3 times?
I think it's where it is.
Can you amend that? I believe that was my mistake, just doing the first sentence. I didn't catch the other ones.
Yeah. After building principal's initial approval, the recommended list shall be provided to the board, announced to parents and guardians via the building newsletter or other means reasonably expected to reach parents, guardians, and posted on the district's website for 30 days prior to the building principal's final approval. After 30 days, the superintendent, from then on, I think that's it. So it's only two other places where you guys change it from superintendent's designee to building principal.
Is this still up for debate?
Yeah, I'm just trying
Okay,
to,
you're just clarifying.
just so we're comparing apples to apples. If we change the first sentence,
Yeah.
we gotta change all of it.
So Joe, where it says after 30 days, superintendent stays there, correct? Because the
We have superintendents or
providing-
designees, so I think we gotta keep building principal because we're just trying to be consistent throughout the whole paragraph.
Okay, the superintendent is providing the board with the recommendation list.
I think Dr. Justice has something to say. Dr. Justice, is that okay? Are you finished, Joe? Okay, done.
So just in thinking through the process as it's laid out and how we're doing it now, we even currently, as principals and librarians review the list, they're trying to do that 2 weeks prior to a board meeting so that we are able to prepare for the board meeting to get the list in. And then on top of that, if we then wait an additional month to then have it out, or
I'm just going to jump in because
Yeah.
you're talking about the
the paragraph
timeline.
itself, yeah.
And we're still talking about
Okay,
where
finish the language,
superintendent
yeah.
should be changed to building principal and where it might not. And I'm not sure all of those should be
We
changed.
typically don't have things go directly from the building principals to the board either.
Correct.
so
That's why I'm
something-
reading this a
Then I
second
think we need
time.
to take out designee then. If that's the case, then the designee has to be removed.
Yeah, can I speak?
So can I just 1 second? The initial approval, so the initial approval is the building principal. So that first one, I think is correct that we should change. The recommend provide to board announcement. Yeah.
So then
Where it begins after, sorry.
So then
where-
what you're saying is then it'd be after building principal's initial approval, blah, 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 blah. Then it'll say the superintendent's final approval at the end of that sentence, correct?
Yeah, I think that's that one, the final approval one, then that's the superintendent, right? Is that what you're saying?
That is.
And then the superintendent shall make the final recommendation list to the board. So I think our initial read of this was correct, in that only the first superintendent and designee should change. And then the others should probably stay the same.
Not stay the same, but you gotta get rid of or designee.
What? I can't hear you.
You gotta get rid of or designee.
Or designee,
You gotta
right.
get rid of that. Right, strike that.
So are you amending then?
Yes.
Okay, so then, just so that we're clear, let me make sure I got it right, Joe. After building principal initial approval, the recommended list shall be provided to the board, announced to the parents or guardians via the building newsletter or other means reasonably expected to reach parents or guardians, and posted on the district's website for 30 days prior to the superintendent's final approval. After 30 days, the superintendent shall make a final recommendation list. I don't think there are any other changes, correct? So that's the motion, is to change superintendent or designee in the first instance to building principal, and in the second instance to just superintendent and remove or designee.
I'll second.
Dr. Miller?
Well, she seconded. Is it now the time
Yeah,
for
mhm,
discussion?
yeah.
Okay. So I think some of my input would be there's a struggle here because the board is engaging, I think, in almost discussion of what an administrative regulation typically looks like. So this is sort of the step-by-step level of detail that's not always contemplated in policy. Our librarians have provided input regarding this whole section. And some of the things that they've brought up are, again, difference between AR and policy, difference between classroom textbooks and library meeting needs of students with some agility. One of the concerns is the time lag in the management of various lists in various forms, whether it's in the initial or the subsequent, in final, in review, and that potential for lag time could be significant from going from the beginning to end of that process. And again, the concern that I have as superintendent is just the nature of the process itself and how difficult it will be to move everything through that in a timely manner to bring books forward. I know that any recommendation of a list ties back to the criteria that we talked about at the end of the last meeting. And so again, those criteria are important for consideration of what gets put in a list. And again, they've provided feedback and information about that, what that looks like. So again, my concern primarily is the time lag between that initial list and ultimately through all the various stages of this. At this point, since we haven't discussed any other part of the policy, what happens if someone has a concern? Concern from the community, concern from the board, question about a particular title. I don't know yet where that sits in terms of how that would be handled and what we're supposed to do with that or respond to that. So again, these are some of the practical questions of implementations that I would have as a concern. Mike?
Yeah, again, 100% agree with everything Brian said. The other thing, again, we're crossing into with a 30-day more of, what we talk about with the mandatory reading experience for kids versus the optional.
I'm sorry, we are talking about the amendments right now, so I don't want to start debating the 30 days and the timeline. I feel like we're going to get off schedule. What we want to do is change those two instances of building principal and superintendent. So that's, I think, what we need to focus our conversation on right now.
Okay, I do have a comment
so we don't
on
get
that.
off track. I have a feeling that may come up, and you will have your opportunity to talk about the timeline.
Okay, I do have a comment on the superintendent designee. Typically, again, in any motion that we're bringing forward to the board, we are involved prior to that. So in this case, the librarian, as we just talked about, the librarian and building principal would be discussing the initial list. If we're moving then to a board item prior to the 30-day display, we would be engaged in that. So I believe that first superintendent or designee should remain, because it would go from librarian principal to us, gives us a chance to provide some feedback. Again, if we're going the full, I know we're not talking about the 30-day, but it matters because it's part of the process. We would be engaged at that point with the board in getting it on the agenda. That's part of our agenda development process we do as SLT.
I think that, just for clarity, I think that first instance is referring back to paragraph 1. So the initial building principal approval is referring to what we just approved in section 1 at the recommendation of Dr. Miller.
So again, I think, historically, librarian brings a list of recommended books after following the criteria to the principal. They review that list with the principal. Those have been ordered. That's the way it has happened for a long time. That's the way it happened through even the policy that a majority of this seated board approved in 2022. In the last 6 months, there has been a sort of an unwritten step, but one we talked about publicly, which is that list goes from librarian to principal, then it comes to the assistant superintendent, who gives it to Mrs. Williams, and it's put as an information item on a board agenda. As soon as it goes on a public board agenda as an information item, it's available to anybody who wants to check that. That's publicly out there. That's what we've been doing for the last 6 months or so. The difference is immediately following that posting on a board agenda as an information item, the next day the librarians are purchasing those materials. This contemplates a different administrative procedure on then a further delay and then a final board action and so forth. So that's, when I was speaking to the timeline, it was just because that's the language that's in this area. So it's creating a timeline significant from that librarian identifying the list of books. And again, they do hundreds, thousands of books in a year.
Dr. Miller, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are talking about changing superintendent or designee to building principal, and the second reference of superintendent or designee to superintendent. Can we focus on that, because that's the motion that's on the floor? Do we have any more comments about who should be?
Yeah, can I just add something?
Well, go ahead.
Based off of what they're saying, I think we just need to add additional sentence then.
Are you proposing to amend your amendment?
I am.
Okay.
I think then based off of that, we need to say that after building principal's initial approval, the recommended list is provided to the assistant superintendents to provide to the board. Am I right now?
It would be, again, it goes to the, because it's coming to the board, the language would reflect the fact that the list goes to the principal. Following the principal, it goes ultimately to the assistant superintendents and all of us together when Mrs. Williams puts it on the agenda, whatever the next agenda is.
It sounds to me then like that perhaps there is, sorry, I keep doing this backwards, that after building principal initial approval, the superintendent shall make a recommendation, shall recommend the list to the board or something on those lines. Like, I feel like the superintendent then, no offense, I feel like you can be part of that process, but the final process perhaps should be that you are making that recommendation to the board as you do, and then that comes to us. I'm not sure we have to reference that intermediary point in the board, in that intermediary step.
So,
Well, I think the question is, based on this language, it says that after the, let's say, building principal's initial approval, the recommended list shall be provided to the board, announced to parents, guardians via the newsletter or other means reasonably expected to reach parents, posted on the website for 30 days. So that's the next part of the whole sequence.
Okay.
But the question, again, for line of, how does it get from one place to the other? So we would not, what we've been doing is the first place it becomes visible in the last 6 months is on a board agenda, which is a public document for everybody to see. Prior to that, in the existing policy, it became public when it was purchased, and then the librarians added a list to the website. So we're changing that. I see that that's the board's position, but it goes from librarian to principal. From that, it goes through our district office process to get on the next board agenda, whatever that time is. If the board's suggesting you don't want it on an agenda and you want to get it out there immediately, then as soon as the list is received, it could be published in some form. I mean, we don't have to wait for the next board meeting. We could do it immediately. We could do it to the board. We could do it to the website. We could do it any number of ways. So the question, though, is how does the board, that's not been what's going on for the last 6 months.
So I recommend that we complete the process on your First Amendment, because I think there's some support for, at least there seems to be, for changing building principal and the superintendent designee lines. And then we should go back and figure out that process, whether it's immediately brought to the public, as you just discussed, but I think we need to close the loop on this first amendment that Mr. Cassidy made.
yeah.
So is there any other discussion about changing after building principal initial approval, The recommended list shall be provided to the board, announced to the parents via the building newsletter or other means reasonably expected to reach parents or guardians, and posted on the district website prior to and the changes just to make it superintendent and remove or designee. Can we address those two issues to make it consistent? And we have a second on that. Any other discussion on changing those two? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so those two have been approved.
So we
Na-
can, sorry.
Now, I think we should probably take a look at the second half of that sentence.
Are we able to just, I think we should just completely take this out of the policy. Any thoughts on that?
Are you
wanna take
making
this
a
sentence
motion?
out?
I just want to discuss it. I don't know how to do anything in this.
Well, just make a
When-
motion, and then you'll need,
But I don't want to make a motion. I want to talk about it in its entirety, because
Okay.
when we pick apart sentences, it
well,
gets
that,
confusing.
I mean, we've moved on, and we've already you've already brought that to the attention of the board, we voted on it, and now we're taking it paragraph by paragraph.
But, so we're still on the same paragraph, correct?
Correct.
So then can we talk about removing this paragraph completely?
Make a motion to remove it, get someone to second it. I think if we don't have at least two of you wanting to discuss it, then we shouldn't be wasting our time on that. So make the motion, see if you have support.
I make
and
a motion to remove this entire paragraph.
Is there a second?
I'll second it, just to hear her out.
Any discussion?
Yes. Can someone who put this in here say why they want it in here? And also acknowledge the write-up from the librarians in their response to this paragraph.
So I'll respond to that. First of all, I don't exactly know when the write-up from the librarians came.
Friday, it was posted in board docs Friday afternoon.
Friday afternoon.
5 p.m.
Correct, 5 p.m.
Okay,
Friday
so
afternoon.
I can tell you, I have not had ample time to really consider what the librarians put up. Friday afternoon was, I haven't even given it consideration at this point.
Okay.
Two, as to after the recommendation of the superintendent, this is written so there's board approval as to what we're adding to our library. And that is the purpose of the paragraph. So that the board, as Mr. Hoffman has counseled us, that authority rests within the school board. And so this is enumerating the school board's authority to approve the acquisition of books.
But why?
Why?
Yeah. I know we have the authority, but why do we want to use this authority? What's the reasoning?
You'd have to suspend the 3 minutes for
Okay.
me to give that,
I
to go
move-
into that
I
elaborate.
move to suspend the rules. Madam Chair, I move to suspend the rules in order for Mr. Weethorn to explain the reasoning behind adding this paragraph to the policy.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And again, this is 2/3 that we would need this, and this is to suspend the rules for this one comment only.
Yes.
All in favor?
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No.
How many was that?
Abstain.
Who said yes?
So we have
3? How many yeses? 4 yeses?
have the 2/3 necessary to,
Wait, how?
what's that?
4 out of 6 is 2/3.
Yeah,
4 out of 6?
yeah.
Okay, sorry. Can we do that vote again?
Roll call?
Okay, let's do a roll call. All in favor of suspending the rules?
Mrs. Fortier?
Yes.
Mrs. Brusalis?
Yes.
Mr. Morset?
No.
Mr. Cassidy?
Yes.
Mrs. Hillman?
No.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Weethorn?
Yes.
Okay.
5 yeses, 2 nos.
So
So-
it passes.
Yes.
So I would ask for leave to address Ms. Fortier's comments. And I'm going to say right now, in addressing these comments, I'm looking across the room, and I don't see minor children here. But if there are, you may choose to have them leave the room. And if you are watching online or on TV or whatever device you may be watching this, now may be an appropriate time to have your children leave the room.
So I'm seeing someone indicating that there's a minor child here. If you're comfortable with your child staying, I feel Mr. Wheathorn is giving ample warning.
Okay, so why are we here? I have received numerous emails regarding this policy. I believe it's important to remind the community why this policy is being addressed. As Mr. Hoffman has advised this board in citing the PICO, the seminal Supreme Court case on the issue of books in public school libraries, all members of the PICO court acknowledged that a school board has the authority to remove books that are vulgar. The definition of vulgar is crudely indecent, deficient in taste, consideration, or refinement. Further, the board has been counseled that local school boards have a substantial, legitimate role to play in the determination of school library content, and that school officials can make content-based removal decisions based on legitimate pedagogical concerns, including things like pornographic or sexual content, vulgar or offensive language, and educational suitability for certain grade levels. The prior policy and its application failed this community. To demonstrate this point, I'm going to read from Push by Sapphire, a fictional book currently in the Pine-Richland School District High School Library. Again, let me reiterate, if you're watching at home on a device or TV and you have minor children present, now would be a good time to have them leave the room if this is going to offend you. I read this book with great reservation and do not relish this moment, as I know my grandchildren, not yet born, will someday view this, and that pains me. Page 7, Push. She looked at me like I say I want to suck a dog's dick or some shit. Page 8. Mrs. Lichtenstein looked at me like I got 3 arms or a bad odor out of my pussy or something. Page 19. Fat, cunt, bucket, slut, nigger, pig, bitch. He done quit me. He left me 'cause of you. What you tell them motherfuckers at the damn hospital? I should kill you, she's screaming at me. Page 21. I feel Mama's hand between my legs, moving up my thigh. Her hand stopped. She getting ready to pinch me if I move. I just lay still, keep my eyes closed. I can tell Mama's other hand between her legs now 'cause the smell filled the room. Mama can't fit into a bathtub no more. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep, I tell myself. Mama's hand, creepy spider, up my legs, in my pussy. God, please. Page 32. If he did know what I was like, a white girl, a real person inside, he would not climb on me forever and stick his dick in me and get me inside on fire, bleed, I bleed, then he slapped me. 7. This is talking about a 7-year-old child. 7. He on me almost every night. First it's just in my mouth, then it's more and more. He's intercoursing me. Say, I can't take it. Look, you don't even bleed, virgin girls bleed. You're not a virgin. I'm 7. Page 111. How much I want to know and for what. I tell counselor I can't talk about daddy now. My clit swell up. I think daddy sick me, disgust me, but still he sex me up. I nauseous in my stomach, but hot tight in my twat, and I think I want it back. The smell of the bedroom, the hurt. He slapped my face till it sting, and my ears sing separate songs from each other. Call me names, pump my pussy in and out, ah, I come. He bite me hard, a hump. He slams his hip into me hard, I scream pain, he come. He slapped my thighs like cowboys do horses on TV, shiver. Orgasm in me, my body shaking, grab me, call me a fat mama, big hole. You love it, say you love it. I want to say I don't. I want to say I'm a child. My pussy popping like grease in a frying pan. He slammed me in again, his dick soft. He starts sucking my titty. Page 130. Actually, page 129. How come I so young and I feel so old? So young like I don't know nothing, so old like I know everything. A girl have her father's dick in his mouth knows things that other girls don't know about. It's not what you want to know. I raise my hand. My hand is going up through the smell of mama. My hand is pushing daddy's dick out of my face. 1 hour and a half women talk. Can this happen to so many people? I know I'm not lying. But is they? I thought Colt was in a movie. What kind of world is babies raped? A father break a girl's arm, sweet talk you suck his dick. All kind of women here, princess girls, some fat girls, old women, young women. One thing we got in common, the thing is we was raped. Page 136. I think some kind of freak baby then. I say, stop, Carl, stop. I want him on me. I never wanted him to hurt her. I didn't want him doing anything to her. I wanted my man for myself. Sex me up, not my child. So you can't blame all that shit happened to Precious on me. I love Carl, I love him. He her daddy, but he was my man. Page... 149. He don't say mamita, he say bitch. You think I'm crazy? I know Puda, and he pull a gun from his pants, shoot mama, bang, bang, bang. Her brains fly out of her head, her mouth open, blood, blood, blood everywhere. It looked like an olive is hanging out of her head like a man off a cliff. She never speak nothing. Fall out of chair, go gurgle, sound, more blood, fall out of her mouth. Her dress, her hair, the carpet is red. Pappy standing there, start crying. According to the review of Push published by Bookslooks, the word ass was used 31 times, bitch was used 47 times, cracker was used 11 times, cunt was used 3 times, thick was used 9 times, faggot was used 5 times, fuck was used 83 times, nigger was used 22 times, piss was used twice, pussy was used 18 times, puta was used 4 times, shit was used 79 times. To those who want books such as Push in the Pine-Richland School District Library, please buy it and give it to your children in your home. Push costs $22 at Barnes & Noble, or about the same as the cost of a pizza. As a taxpayer, I don't want this in our schools. As a parent, I don't want my adult children to read this. And certainly as a minor child, I would have not permitted them to read this. As a member of this board, I will do all that I can to remove this book and others like it based on its vulgarity. Its absolute vulgarity. This book should not be in the Pine-Richland School District, readily available to 14 to 17-year-old minor students. As Pine-Richland School District strives for every student every day, this board should not ignore and dismiss the numerous parents who do not want books such as Push and such vulgar content made available to their children. That's why we're here.
So I'd like to, you've already spoken twice, so the we go back to our regular.
I spoke twice.
You did. You interrupted, and then we let you speak. I'm marking it down. And
But
so
we suspended the rules, therefore
No,
I can
just
still
on
speak.
his comment. Just on his comment, and I didn't count the time that you suspended it. Any other comments on the amendment on the
So
floor?
you're going to let him sit there and read for 5
I'm sorry.
minutes?
You made we discussed it, and I clarified it, and I'm not going to discuss it anymore. You can appeal the decision of the board, but we suspended the rule for his comment only. Moving on. Any other?
Madam Chair.
Any other?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move to appeal the rule.
All right, when we appeal the rule, it's a majority vote, and it's not up for discussion, Mr. Hoffman. All in favor of appealing the decision?
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need a second.
So what's the appeal of the 3 minutes?
No, that we had suspended the rules for Mr. Weethorn's comment only,
No,
Yeah,
the intention
over
was
3
it to be
minutes?
discussion.
to allow him to
No,
do
there-
3 minutes.
There
No,
was
I
no
clarified
indication.
that.
There
I
was
clarified
no indication
that.
that it would be just for him. It
I
was the
did. I said the
discussion.
words. I said the words to clarify that this is for Mr. Weethorn's comment
No, you
only.
did
I most
not.
absolutely did. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to appeal the decision of the chair?
Well, I think we have to ask, Barb, did we say Mr. Weethorn only? I mean, because I can't remember myself. I'm just wondering.
I remember it was just because she actually pointed at him too, I believe.
Again, do we have a second for the motion to appeal the decision of the chair? Hearing none. Any other comments on the proposed amendment to remove the entire paragraph? Hearing none. All in favor?
Sorry, what was that last one?
It's to strike the entire paragraph that's currently being discussed.
Yeah, I think we should strike it, so yeah.
I'm sorry?
I think we should strike it.
Oh, we already have a second. We're voting on it.
Yeah.
So all in favor of striking the entire paragraph?
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? Okay, moving on. Do we have any other amendments to this paragraph? Yes?
I'm not sure how to word this. I think it warrants some discussion about the 30 days. Could I hear from the assistant superintendent?
I'm sorry, Ms. Miller. We
No.
need to have a motion on the
Okay.
floor in order
All
to have
right.
discussion.
I would like to make a motion to discuss the timeline of the 30 days.
No, you
How
have to
can I-
make a motion to
specific to the
change the
sentence?
language,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, make it. Okay. I make an emotion that prior to the superintendent's final approval, I guess it would, hang on. A final recommendation for consideration. Immediately, instead of where it says after 30 days, immediately the superintendent shall make a final recommendation, is my
I'll second that.
intended comment, my intended motion. It can be,
After 30 days, the superintendent shall make an immediate,
She's saying, get rid of it after 30 days, and she's saying.
Immediately.
The superintendent will immediately.
so you're not changing the 30 days period?
I'm just making a motion for us to begin the discussion. No, okay.
Because I think that doesn't change what's happening in that paragraph, what you're proposing. Removing the after 30 days, we can remove it, but the 30 days, if you want to change the 30 days, you need to make an amendment to the 30 days that the community has to review the books. And
So may I ask a question? Is it a total of 60 days?
no, it's 30 days review, the way I'm reading this, and if someone is interpreting this differently. So you have 30 days upon the initial approval of the building principal, then it goes out to the board, it goes out to the community. Those people have 30 days to look at the list and review the list. Once that 30 days passes, I believe this policy says that the superintendent can then bring it to the board for a vote. So it's just 30 days.
Okay. So I guess my question would be if it's 30 days and then they would have to wait until the next board meeting for approval. So-
However that would fall, yes.
So it could be more than 30 days.
Correct.
So I guess that's my question, how we could reword that a little bit.
Just make any motion. Just
Okay,
make any
if you want to amend that,
Yeah.
I would amend the days.
May I ask the assistant superintendents for their thoughts on that? No?
We need a motion on the floor.
Can I make a motion to ask Dr.
No,
Pasquale?
you have to make a motion to say, change it to 25 days, and then get a second, and then
Okay.
we approve it.
I make a motion that it is on the website for 25 days prior to the superintendent's final approval.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Now we can have a discussion? Okay, now I can ask them. Thank you for following the rules so carefully. I appreciate that. That's how we're organized. I would like to ask you, please, for your input on that.
I think the first thing, I mean, right now, if we're bringing it for information, currently the past 6 weeks rules, if you will, or 6 months rules, if you will, then we're bringing it to the board for information at the same time the community is of that. We would prefer then to be able to move forward. I think about the purpose, I guess, of that 30-day window. If we don't have the materials, someone can't contest it because it's not already in the library. So apart from just delaying the books from being able to get to the students after it's gone through the approval process, I don't understand the necessity of having that 30-day period. So I guess that's what I'm questioning is like what is supposed to be happening in that time period, because to me, and the librarians also outlined this pretty clearly, like that process, if we end up meeting 2 weeks before, we clarify the list, Mike and I, assuming we're involved in that process, we get it to everyone for the next board meeting. Sometimes that is that 2-week window. Sometimes we miss it if we're not quite there on the formal list. We don't want to delay the materials getting into the library further, and we've made it more stringent than it's been previously by ensuring that the principal and the librarian are talking, then they're talking with us. We're already, there's multiple eyes on it, so we feel very confident in what we're bringing forward to the board in terms of how it meets the acquisition criteria. So I think my question is, why the 30 days? Could we take that out completely and move it to be immediate, or even the 25?
So how this is currently written, how this red line is currently written, from the time the list is constructed to the time the book is,
Having a hard time hearing you.
Can you speak up?
from the so how this is currently written, the red line, from the time the list is put together to the time that the book would actually arrive in Pine-Richland, how many days would that be?
According to our guesstimate in terms of this sample process, so if we had 5 books on November 25th that somebody wanted, then 2 weeks later, so we have a board meeting, right? We bring that forward, we present that, make it publicly available, then it goes on display for 30 more days. We don't know necessarily if that's calendar or school days, so that's a question. We would certainly hope that it was calendar, but we hope it's not there at all. Then we would be waiting for that board approval, and then it would be entered and ordered. So then even the order is then just being entered, and then they're not arriving until a long time after that. So that really elongates the time period. So hypothetically, from November 25th through, we're waiting all the way until February 19th or something like that in this hypothetical timeline to even get the books into a library.
Yeah, and can I add something? I'd say, again, back to where I was started before, when we're evaluating textbooks resources, that's an elongated process. It's designed that way because they are required reading for all students. It takes us a whole year to evaluate, and then we put them on an initial review for parents, students, and community members, and then we put it on a 30-day because of the fact that it is integrated into the curriculum and all students are required to read or engage with those texts as part of the course. Different here is optional, and the flow of information, the requests from teachers and students to get information in their hands quickly. If you think about when you go to a library, a lot of times you're looking for something specific because you're in a research project or something that you're doing, and the librarians are trying to turn that around for you quickly. So that's the challenge we have of operational with our teachers and our students to get the information to them so they can use it for, you know, whatever task they're working on. And this is a little bit, and tell me if I can't, if you need to cut me off, but I'm really struggling with just, we can't hear all the time with what you're saying, and we're making modifications to the policy. What we typically do when we do this is we're literally doing changes in front of us so we can read and see those changes immediately. I'm not even sure the first sentence that we modified is what you really want, because I'm not sure exactly what is in print at this point, because I still think there's some process changes that occurred that aren't how we operate. So I can't keep up with the writing and listening and hearing because it's tough. It's a tough environment to do what we're trying to do.
Would you like a hard copy? I have a spare hard copy. Would you like a spare hard copy?
No, I think he means to the adjusted language.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not,
All right.
we have the red
To
line.
see those adjustments on the
Yeah.
fly is helpful, because then I think it would probably help the board as well before you make that final vote to approve or not, to see what that language actually looks like.
And I'll remind everyone, there will be, once we're through this paragraph by paragraph, there will be an opportunity to see it all together. So if there need to be changes and inconsistencies, we can fix them then as well. Any other comments on the motion to change it to 25 days?
Yes.
Um,
I haven't spoken yet for this portion.
Okay, go ahead.
A question about, so we have a 25-day amendment. Looking at the timeline that Dr. Justice and Dr. Pasquinelli just highlighted, that would be approximately 81 days to get the material in the hands of students. And if someone protests, like, I don't understand the process of, if someone says, I don't like that title, I want to explore that title, what does that mean? Where does it go? If we're getting into this nitty-gritty of policy, which sounds like from what has been shared with the librarians and also some with the senior leadership team, is that it's more of an AR, and it doesn't seem like it fits in the policy, but since we've already struck down taking it out, what does that look like? That has, because then that kind of screws up the timeline, because that could add, there's an unknown there. So what does that look like if there's a public presentation of it and someone says, oh, I don't like title X, Y, and Z, what happens?
If someone would like to answer that question, you're using your time. Do you have any other comments? Or
I just want to better understand why we're doing this timeline. And I understand from Mr. Weethorn's speech that he's concerned about vulgarity and profanity, but what about the stuff that's not those things? What about, Dog Man that's coming out and the kids want it because it's new and it excites them and that they want to be reading it, and all of a sudden it's bogged down 81 days? There could be actually another Dog Man that comes out in that same time period. So but what if a person thinks it's bestiality and says, nope, got to get that one out of there? And then what happens? This just doesn't seem thought out. It seems haphazard. It seems disrespectful to the professionals that do this as a living. And to focus on one narrow area seems like an injustice to our children.
Yeah, I have a
comments,
comment.
sorry.
Yeah. So, 30 days off of 81 is 51, still takes 51, if the math is correct. But the librarians did provide us with information, which came on Friday at 5 p.m. I don't know about the rest of the board members, but I had a major family weekend, so I got to review it here this afternoon. There's some good comments in there, right? But there's 27 pages. There's a lot to be done. This isn't the only time that we get to make changes. Is that correct? That's correct, right? So we got to come back. So when it comes to the 30 days, they offered up a timeline. We take 30 off off of 81. It's now 51 days. Still a long time. However, I want to understand that timeline better, and I need time to absorb that. And I don't think 1 hour or an hour and a half of reading 27 pages of very good content is enough. So I would propose that we think about that timeline for the next time we get together, based upon those comments, and understand the timeline that has been attributed by the librarians. I'm done.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I make a motion to adjourn this meeting?
Is that take precedence, Mr.
What did motion do what?
To adjourn? Does that take precedence?
We have 2 board members that haven't gone over the library response. And I feel like we're just going to be going in circles this whole night. It's a week of a holiday. We had very little notice. We have
Mr.
2
Hoffman.
acknowledgements
Mr.
that they did
Hoffman.
not engage with the materials.
Mr. Hoffman,
Can we
do you know if
please
that,
adjourn?
if the motion to adjourn takes precedence?
I believe that it does, yes.
Is it debatable?
No.
No? All in favor of adjourning?
Do you have
Yeah.
a second?
Need a second?
Oh, we need a second, I'm sorry.
I'll second.
All in favor of adjourning?
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. The motion fails. Any other comments related to the motion which we are currently discussing, which is 25 days?
I would provide some input, and the input is in regard to the timeline that the librarians identified. So they were given some options to participate tonight and be able to provide their voice. One was to be present and available if asked questions from members of the board. The second option was to submit in writing their professional input relative to the red line version, which they did. They did that in 1 week. So from the time I reached out, once we spoke, you and I, Mrs. Brusalis, and we talked about how can we ensure the voice of the librarians, I provided those options that we discussed. So that document that they put together, which was to provide their professional input, was meant to inform the dialogue around the red line policy. And they did provide it in a yeah.
We're talking about the 25 days.
Well,
Are we going
it's the
to-
same thing Mr. Morissette was talking about. So
Okay, are
he
you
was,
going to, okay, I'll
I mean, he was
allow it, but let's get to the point of the 25
point
days
is
in the
there's
timeline.
Yeah,
Because
is
I'm
that-
not sure the memo relates.
the memo speaks to the timeline.
Yeah, it has elements of that and everything else. So, I mean, when it was written and when it got to the people, while it's relevant, because 1 business day is what board members got to read it, let alone process it. What are your comments regarding the 25 days, and what comments from the librarians would you like to elevate?
Well, I just did. I elevated the entire timeline from start to finish as a concern of the librarians.
Okay. Any other comment regarding on the 25 days from the board? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of amending the language from 30 to 25 days? All opposed?
No.
No. The motion doesn't pass. All right. Any other changes to this paragraph?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to strike the final sentence. As the new library materials are received, they shall be checked against the board-approved master list of library materials ordered before being added to the district's library collection.
Okay. The motion is to remove the last sentence of this paragraph.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Dr.
My
Miller?
input would be, I think that's a good recommendation to eliminate it. We do maintain through our librarians and through Destiny a list of all the resources and library books that we have. Once approved and added to the collection, that list is updated.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor of removing the last sentence As the new library materials are received, they shall be checked against the board-approved master list of library materials ordered before being added to the district's library collection. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Okay. That one passes. All right, moving on to the next section.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to make an amendment
There isn't, on
the,
okay, you have another one? Okay.
I do. I move to make an amendment to include language of how the board is going to come to a conclusion about the books that are presented to them.
Do you have specific language? Because you need specific language. She's making up new language. The one that we've been on.
And approved by the board. The board will use,
And where would you like to put it?
after 30 days, the superintendent shall make a final recommendation list for consideration and approval by the board. So after that, the board shall
Just say like,
use,
just say like 2/3, just so we can discuss it or something like that.
sure, shall use journals.
Use journal?
What? Journals. Shall use journals to evaluate book titles prior to approval.
Can you read that whole motion again?
Sure. After 30 days, the superintendent shall make a final recommendation list for consideration and approval by the board. The board shall use journals to inform their final decisions.
Okay. So,
Sorry,
by the board that you're wanting to insert this? I just want to make sure I'm getting it in the right place.
After approval by the board, but before library materials recommended.
All right.
Yeah.
So after the clause about after 30 days, the superintendent shall make a final recommendation list for consideration and approval by the board. The amendment is to insert here that the board shall use journals to inform their decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Their final.
Their final decisions.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion?
Just some input. So I don't know exactly. My input on this is that we have a process of board taking action on recommended library books. So if we think about our high school library, the librarian will have used a variety of sources and award-winning books and all the other criteria that we talked about at the last meeting. All of those things inform the list. They will have then met with the principal to talk through that list. That list has come forward through our process. It gets put on a board agenda, shared with the parents, et cetera, what we already discussed. Then, following that time, there will be a recommendation for board approval of the list that we just talked about. And I believe what Mrs. Fortier is talking about is if a book that's on that list is not approved, I'm assuming, then, or how will the board go about understanding the titles that are in front of them relative to the criteria in order to make an informed decision? That's the way I heard what she was saying.
Yes. I just want to solidify our role in this process so we're held accountable to the decisions that we make in a public and transparent way. And I don't know how we can do that. I believe it was somewhere, there's thousands. I believe it was quoted over 3,000. Maybe Dr. Miller or Dr. Justice or Dr. Pasquinelli can speak to how many books go through circulation or how many books are acquired every single year. And I just can't fathom us being able to keep up with that and how we can be held accountable for those decisions, like how we come to those decisions. Just how they're held accountable, but why are we not?
Mr. Hoffman. Are we able to dictate to board members how and what resources they use in making their decisions?
Conceivably, the board could establish such criteria.
Just another piece of input. That is my second time, I know that. Yeah, thank you. Is the challenge is the books, you're reading the books in their entirety. So I'm sure there'll be a later section we'll have opportunity to respond to some of the comments that Mr. Wheathorn shared. But the challenge of reading excerpts or passages instead of the whole book is the understanding of where that language might fit within the overall piece of work. And I think that's the challenge of the board, is to consider all of those criteria, and then when a yes or no occurs, how do you make that happen? So,
I would think that the books that are going to be brought forth will be under the jurisdiction of this policy going forward. I mean, the other components of this policy.
So if we're inserting ourselves,
Spoken twice.
I guess it's not a question, I guess it's more of a statement. That books that come before the board would have already been screened through this process.
I do have a question. So are the books that are currently recommended to the board, are they being read by the librarians?
am I allowed to respond?
It's per time.
Yeah, so they're not necessarily being read in their entirety. They are being reviewed based upon the various resources, publications, award-winning books. They're looking at a variety of sources in order to evaluate them. And so again, that's something that is in the librarian's input in terms of how they go about their process. But to speak to that point, and I'll speak specifically to books later, specific titles. And back to the question that we heard from Mrs. Miller, I mean, the answer is we have books in our library, award-winning books, that will come forward through the librarian's recommendations that may have passages or components that are not comfortable. The color purple is the example I gave, and I'll speak to it specifically as we get into future sections of this.
Yeah, I can add a little bit more. So they have databases that when there are books that they are evaluating, that database can give you reviews from multiple sources. So they're not always reading every book, obviously, cover to cover, but they're looking for reviews from reliable sources to give them some of that insight before they make that determination. I mean, that is the job, that is the training of the librarian.
And so a board member would have the ability to look at those same materials, those same resources. Sure.
Absolutely, sure.
Right. And exercise their discretion to do so if they chose to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. So I think there's a means
some of
for
those
the board to become informed and make whatever decision they choose to make during this process.
So I guess my question is what is our responsibility when these 1,000 list of books come out?
Yeah, I think
it offers the opportunity to look at that.
Read, are we focused on, is your question regarding the amendment at hand? I don't want to get off track.
I'm just looking at the whole paragraph here.
Using journals. We're talking about the amendment on the
that's what I'm
floor
saying. Yeah.
and requiring board members to use journals, if we could keep our comments to that.
I guess I'm asking, do you agree with that that's what we would need to use, and or how would we discern which titles are ones that we want to look at?
Any other comments?
You go through the list and that's what I do.
Okay. Seeing no more comments or we have the amendment on the floor. All in favor of approving the amendment, which is to insert this after the line that reads, after 30 days, the superintendent shall make a final recommendation list for consideration and approval by the board. The new language inserted would be, the board shall use journals to inform their decisions. All in favor?
yes.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. The motion passes. Fails, sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to suspend the rules and take this section and look at it as a whole so we can have a discussion about it in a whole, as a whole, just this section, just this paragraph.
Motion is to suspend the rules and to look at this paragraph as, well, that's,
Instead of doing seriatim, like line by line.
no,
we
you're
just do a
misunderstanding.
whole-
Actually, I think we are taking this as a whole. If you remember, I read the whole paragraph. We're considering the whole paragraph. People offered amendments to change the paragraph, so we have been considering this
But I just
as
want
a
to be able to
paragraph.
discuss it person to person, not line by line with an amendment. Mr. Hoffman, is there
Well,
a way to do
we
that?
did, you made amendment to strike the whole thing. That would have been a great opportunity to discuss the whole thing. I feel like that's what we're doing. We are considering that paragraph right now. We've had numerous opportunities to consider the paragraph, including your motion to remove the entire thing. If we couldn't consider the whole paragraph then, I'm not sure when we could.
But I'm actually, Mr. Hoffman, is there a way that we can just discuss openly in its entirety versus having to make an amendment and then speak to only that amendment?
Well, the board has chosen to approach this under the seriatim rule. At some point, the whole policy is going to be open to debate. So, to answer your question, yes, there is going to be a time where you're going to be able to debate the policy as a whole or a paragraph as a whole. But right now, you're operating under the seriatim process. So, if you have an amendment to make, Ashley, then you can propose another amendment. If you want to try to suspend the rules, to go back to consider this particular paragraph, suspend the seriatim, that would be suspending the rules. You could make that motion as well. That would take 2/3.
Okay.
Come back to it, and that would be the appropriate time to reconsider the whole policy or parts of the policy, but we'll have the opportunity. Once all the changes are made, we'll have some time to digest them and think about them and correct it if we need to at that point. So at this point, I'm going to move on to the next paragraph, which is the section called Individual Board Member Review. And the paragraph reads, if any board member desires further information on a title or author during the time between initial recommendation and final recommendation by the superintendent, he or she shall contact the superintendent, who shall, through the school librarian, provide copies of the materials and professional reviews, if any, for the library materials. This section is now open to amendment. Hearing,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I move to amend this section and strike it completely.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
So now we can discuss.
It's now open to debate. Any comments?
I just don't know how this can be done realistically. I mean, we're essentially taking a role that is the CEO of our district and essentially saying that they would now be tasked with the whims of the board. I just don't know how this could be executed in a way that is efficient, effective. I don't know if Dr. Justice, Dr. Pasquinelli, and Dr. Miller want to speak to what this would look like or what burden it would place.
Well, I think we say that. Can I thought we could talk before.
Yeah,
you talk,
if
but,
she's
like-
inviting someone to
Okay.
speak,
Yeah,
that
so-
counts against her time, so we might as well hold your thought and we'll
Yeah,
let
I mean, I agree with.
them answer
I don't
questions.
agree with we're fine with, if you want to look at something, obviously look at it. The language that's suggested here, I think, is a bit problematic. These are books that have not been purchased. They don't exist in hard copy in our library. Certainly, I don't think that the board, knowing that we have hundreds of books come forward, I don't think the board would want me directly or even our assistant superintendents directly to be working with gathering materials and providing them back and forth. I think if the board moves in the direction of doing this, something like this, there does need to be some sort of a vehicle for that, but I think there's some details there that are of concern and would need to be worked out.
Yeah, I would just ask the board to consider the time. Again, we're talking about hundreds of books that come forward. When we review a textbook annually for a course, that's one book, and that's a lot to ask of a board member. We're talking about hundreds of books that we want to bring in front of our students. And to manage that and to be able to get into the detail that is the responsibility of our librarians is something that I don't think that the board should take that burden on. It's a level of trust for our librarians to vet them and then bring them forward.
Actual to that, it was in this past year 2,800 print resources and 3,000 digital resources. So that's a count in the prior school year of resources that we're talking in terms of volume.
Any other questions or comments
No,
on this amendment?
I just read, if any board member desires, or desire. That's how I read it. So it's not like all thousands of books. It's, if there's a book under question, it's a desire, and we try to find, we just talked about librarians use reliable resources, so that's where you go. If you have a question, you ask.
Well, I think we would need to strike provide copies because they haven't bought them yet, because we haven't approved it for them to buy it, correct?
Which is why I was asking the question, had the librarians read the books? So if there are no hard copies available even for a board member to review, then we're assuming that the librarians have not read the books. So at a minimum, we should be able to get the resources that they use to select the books.
Which is in the policy, the last line.
Just if one point of clarification, if there is a book in question, does that impact the other batch of books to slow the process down?
If there's a bad book, does that affect the others? I would assume not, but that might be something that when we come back to it, we might want to clarify that the rest of the batch may move forward if there's a problematic one, but that was in the last. I think that's more addressed, not in what the paragraph that we're talking about now. This is more getting resources to board members to help them make that evaluation. And so what happens to the rest on that list of books, I think perhaps is something that we may consider when we come back to it in the last paragraph. So we can make note of that. So any other comment on the individual board member review process? This is,
Madam Chair,
yes.
I believe Dr. Miller.
Am I
would like
allowed to weigh in on this
Yeah.
one? Okay. So again, I'm uncertain based on what you just said and what's written here, like what occurs if an individual board member has a concern, how the concerns are framed, to whom are they shared, what is the ripple effect of that? So if a board member desires something and requests information, that information is provided. That is going up and down the organizational chart between the librarian, the principal, the assistant superintendent, the superintendent. If there were any one board member who requested a title or more information, I would feel compelled to share that with the full board so the full board has awareness, otherwise you don't know. So I think, and does one individual board member's questioning, we don't know about their decision making because you only decide in the public at a meeting. So you're questioning a particular title, you get more information about that particular title, but any discussion or deliberation about what happens would then ultimately have to wait until the public meeting, I'm assuming, when the entire list comes forward. So that's where I'm not clear on the language. You know, any learning through the individual board member doesn't seem as though it would change the process by which the complete list comes forward to the full board for public deliberation and vote.
We're not talking about what happens. We're just talking about if a board member wants more information, which means they may or may not support it. I'm not saying, and there's any assumption there that a board member plans to vote for or against a book. They're just asking for more information about it. This is just talking about that process of getting those materials. So if we could focus on that, because that's not what we're currently discussing.
The last section we just went through
Correct,
was all about timeline.
Yes, and
but
we have
then you
moved-
said to Dr. Pasquinelli that you said, I think, a bad book, but we don't know what it is about the book. We just know it was a question or request for information.
What I said was, we've moved past that paragraph, so when we come back to the point where we are considering it as a whole, we will have to perhaps address that issue. So, that's part of this process, that we're finding some of the problems that's coming out, and hopefully we can correct it, but we do need to move on. So the paragraph and the motion is to strike it. Section on I'm discussing, just 1 minute. Let's try not to interrupt each other. The individual board member review. The motion from Ms. Fortier is to remove that entire section.
And I guess my second time speaking, I feel like this is already happening. Like, I don't know why we need to put it in policy. I feel like it undermines our trust. It kind of, it's very, like, we can do this right now. If any of us had any issue with any book, with any resource, with anything that's coming into our schools, we could immediately reach out. I don't know why it needs to be so explicit in this policy. So who added it to the policy? Maybe they could enlighten why it was put there.
So, Ms. Fortier, I can tell you that when these books came to the forefront within the community, I did have conversations with senior leadership, and we're here tonight. So this paragraph is to formally give a member of the board the opportunity to gather further information on something that they may find objectionable.
And I guess I'm asking,
I'm sorry. Times. Any other questions, discussion about Ms. Fortier's amendment? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of striking the entire paragraph under individual board member review. If any board member desires further information on a title or author during the time between initial recommendation and final recommendation by the superintendent, he or she shall contact the superintendent, who shall, through the school librarian, provide copies of the materials and professional reviews, if any, for the library materials. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All opposed?
No.
No.
What's it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got this reversed.
Can we start over? All in favor of striking this policy?
This
This paragraph, sorry. All in favor of striking the paragraph I just read?
Yes.
yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. The motion fails. Any other discussion on this paragraph? Yes.
Can I make a motion? I would like to edit the wording here a little bit.
I'm sorry, I can't. You're going to have to stay.
I'm sorry.
It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
I would like to make a revision to the final statement here. Let me see if I can say it correctly. I would like to make a motion that for the second part of the sentence that starts with he, she shall contact, I would like for it to read, he, she shall contact the building principal, who shall, through the librarian, provide, and then I would like to strike copies of the materials. So after the word provide, I would like to add further support for recommendation, period. Okay, let me read that again. At the line starting where it says he, she shall contact, not the superintendent, the building principal, who shall, through the school librarian, provide further support for recommendation, period.
Further support for what?
For further support for the recommendation of the book or the title is the intent. Start. Because the question at the beginning of the paragraph is if they want more information on I'm reading that as a specific title, so then later the end of that sentence would read, through the school librarian provide further support for recommendation. Do you want me to read that one more time?
Yeah. He or she shall contact the building
Principal,
who shall, through the school librarian, provide further support
for the recommendation, I guess I should say the
The
recommendation referring to the title at the top of the paragraph.
Referring to the
Ms. Miller?
I'm happy to take some suggestions on that amendment.
I just ask you to consider the culture of our district. A board member, every time a board member contacts pretty much anybody,
Yeah.
causes concern. A board member going directly to a building principal and/or then library, I don't think that would be beneficial to the culture of our school district. You know, concerns coming to us, and then we work with
So
you
it'd
to
be
do
better to
that.
come to you. It would be better to keep it as superintendent, is your recommendation or suggestion? Okay.
Yeah, it would
That's
come
fine
to,
with me.
it would come, again, of all of the options, that would be the best option.
Okay.
I would then delegate either to Mike or to Kristen, or
Okay.
depending on how this evolves, I might look for the board secretary's support in helping to coordinate it, because I would not want them, with their priorities, to be gathering materials and disrupted. And I 100% agree with Dr. Pasquinelli's
Okay.
comments about going directly to a building principal. I think that is not a good idea
better.
Ms.
Okay.
at
Miller,
all.
do you want to amend?
I will amend that then. We'll contact the superintendent, who shall through the school librarian provide further support for recommendation. So I would like to scratch copies of the material and professional reviews, if any, for the library materials.
Can we change it to their recommendation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have it as, she shall contact the superintendent, who shall, through the school librarian, provide further support for their recommendation. I feel like you need 2 board members.
Say that again?
No,
Is it-
we can just leave it as
Is
is.
it she shall contact the superintendent, who shall, through the school librarian, provide further support for their recommendation of the specific book? Did I hear that?
Of the title in question.
Of the title? I meant specific title, yeah, I actually have
Of the
that down.
specific title. For further support for the recommendation of the specific title.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Am I
Dr.
allowed to
Miller?
weigh in on that? So, practically speaking, if the board wants to include a passage like this in a policy, and a list comes forward, and a member of the board requests additional information, however we word this, about a particular book or the process leading up to a recommendation for a particular book, you'll let me know. We will develop a process by which to attempt to efficiently and effectively gather the materials to be able to meet that request. It would be my recommendation at that time that we post that information in a secure location for any board member, not just the board member requesting it, but for any member of the board to be aware of the request and to equally review that material if they're interested. If they're not interested, they don't have to do it, but we would put that in the same place. That way all 9 board members have the same information. You can't deliberate about it, but you at least know it's there and you can look at it if you want to.
Do we need to change the language to reflect that? I'm not sure.
To me, that's procedure. That's like the administrative procedure. Once the policy's determined, we're going to have to figure out the practices that support it. Policies don't have that level of detail. So it's a matter of where and when you want it.
I mean,
So-
I would disagree, like when, even with the book reviews that we have, if we request to see when the titles come up for textbooks or for core text, if a board member requests to see them, you provide them. And I believe that's in the policy. And it's written out in the policy. So I don't think this is unusual that when a request like this is made that,
I'm not even sure what you're saying to me. We're going to provide the information,
Okay.
is what I said. And it's
And
just
I-
about putting it in a position where any board member who wants to see it can.
and I'm not sure, and I guess I'm just making the comment that I'm not sure that this is exclusive to administrative regulations. I think this kind of content makes its way into policies from time to time, including our policies.
I thought you asked me whether I thought we needed to lay it out in the motion. You said something along the lines of, do you think we need to add that detail? And I'm not sure that we do, no.
Okay. All right.
Just to make it clear, my intention in this recommendation is to strike the librarians needing to provide hard copies of the materials, of the proposed books. That's the main intention of mine.
It does say if any, though.
If
I mean,
any, yeah.
if they're available, they can provide us with
Right.
a copy. It doesn't sound like they are
have
available,
to.
but if they
Yeah.
have one.
Okay. I'll stand by my motion then.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none. The motion on the table right now is to amend the second sentence.
The second
No, the
half.
first, it's one sentence. If any board member desires further information on a title or author during the time between initial recommendation and final recommendation by the superintendent, he or she shall contact the superintendent, who shall, through the school librarian, provide further support for their recommendation of the specific title. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. All opposed?
No.
I
Do
got
you-
2-5 out of that. I said Mrs. Miller were yes and Mr. Cassidy were yes.
And I was a yes.
You were yes. So that's 3-4.
3-4, the motion fails. All right, moving on to the next paragraph. It's gifts and donations of library materials. Gifts and donations of library materials shall go through the same process as outlined in this policy, and materials must align with the same selection criteria as purchased materials. This section is now up for debate. Any amendments, comments?
Just a point of clarification. These are 30-day display as well for a donation?
Same process, same criteria. Dr. Miller?
A library material, we have not gone through definitions yet. And so I don't know how to address that with seriatim. But is a book, a book that would be a book for a fourth grade classroom that's donated, a library material or a classroom material?
Library material.
So a book,
In the collection, if you're going to put it on the website as part of the collection and can be checked out by students during library time, that would be what I would consider probably. But we can refine that when we get to it.
It is not a book that's donated to a classroom.
Correct.
It is only a book that is donated for inclusion within the library
Library
catalog
system,
of information.
yes. Yeah, I mean, even if you look at it now, and we haven't gotten there, and I don't want to
Well,
open it
that's
up.
what I was afraid to go to it.
Through policies, I mean, don't want to take everyone's time, but I think it's there. I think I can understand why you're misreading it, but I think this is related to materials available through the school library system. So that would be our formal libraries.
Okay. All right, you're asking if I'm misreading the red line?
No, I'm not asking. I'm just saying I can understand why it could be misunderstood. This is related to our school libraries and books purchased through, however you count for our library funds, through that system and in the databases of our school libraries. That's the way I interpret it, but when we get there, we can talk about it more. Any other comment about? Seeing none, we're going to move on. Next section is avoiding age-inappropriate material. The first paragraph under this section. The district recognizes there exists a vast array of materials with rich educational content. It is the district's objective to choose material that provides such rich educational content appropriate for students in the district over material that may provide similar content but contains explicit sexual content, vulgarity, or profanity.
I'd like to make a motion to delete that entire paragraph. We talk about district objectives here, which we've talked to prior to this section under guidelines. We list the district objectives, so I think we're being repetitive.
We can't hear any of that.
So,
I'm making a motion to delete the entire paragraph.
do we have a second? Ms. Miller
Second.
seconds it.
Who said second?
Ms.
Mr.
Miller
Kimura?
seconded.
Oh, okay.
Do we have discussion on this item? All right, all in favor of deleting that entire paragraph, which reads, "The district recognizes there exists a vast array of materials with rich educational content. It is the district's objective to choose material that provides such rich educational content appropriate for students in the district over material that may provide similar content but contains explicit sexual content, vulgarity, or profanity." All in favor of removing it?
Yes.
Yes. All opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? The motion passes. Moving on to the next paragraph. Parents or guardians have a wide range of options outside the district system to introduce their child to content they deem appropriate for their child's age. As such, the district will prioritize inclusion of quality material suitable for educational purposes that do not contain sexually explicit, age-inappropriate content. Any motions?
Madam Chair, I do have
Yes.
a motion. Yeah, I'm going to change the last few words on here, so let me read the last sentence as I propose. As such, the district will prioritize inclusion of quality material suitable for educational purposes that do not contain explicit sexual acts, period.
Explicit what?
So I remove
Content?
sexually explicit, age inappropriate content, remove that.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Okay.
Dr. Miller?
Dr. Miller?
So, it's input to the question. So explicit sexual acts, we have not gone over definitions. So we're discussing parts of a policy in which we have not discussed the definitions, which I think makes it extremely difficult to communicate. So my response would be just share some things that I have prepared for the record, and I'll read them, quickly. These comments reflect my perspective as superintendent. I've served in a variety of roles in education for almost 3 decades, 25 as an administrator, 17 at the district level, and 12 as superintendent of Pine-Richland. Other than perhaps Mrs. Shenefield, our library chair, I don't believe any person's invested more time into this topic than I have. And I'm framing this input as it relates to this item that's in front of the board in seriatim. We're getting into the crux, I think, of what the red line policy is. And Mr. Weethorn shared some excerpts from a book. That book was one of the challenged books that came forward last year. We have, and this is an opportunity to share some thoughts around that, and we have a process that we utilized with respect to the policy that is currently in place. The first is that we have to consider the entire work. I've used a specific book as an example for practical implications of the red line policy, and that book is The Color Purple. I want to be extremely clear on the record with the public and with the board about why I'm using a specific book. Yes, I think this is relevant to explicit sexual acts, as Mr. Morris said indicated. I don't know how, this is my professional input as superintendent relative to him changing the words of explicit sexual acts.
Go ahead, but you still have your 3 minutes.
So I have 3 more minutes? Okay. By the red line language of the policy draft, the color purple and the definition that Mr. Morris had just amended would be removed from our library. I believe this would be a significant mistake. The color purple was board approved at Pine-Richland in 2002. It has been in our library for decades. It is in the vast majority of high school libraries and certainly those in our region. It was awarded the Nobel and Pulitzer Prizes. It remains relevant today and is educationally suitable for optional reading, in my professional opinion, by interested students. The color purple has tough language at times, including language similar to what was read by Mr. Weethorn earlier related to a different book. The color purple remains relevant today. It has literary value, historical, cultural, racial, societal. If sentences were read in isolation, again, the purpose and the value of the book as a whole would be missed. I mentioned in September, you can start with page 1. You can read page 1 of The Color Purple and see descriptions of sexual acts that meet the definition that Mr. Morissette just amended for this particular red line component. But when you read it in its entirety, I think we have a better understanding for the context of the voice of the main character through the author's work. One of the things that I hear from the board, not explicitly asked but as a part of this, is where do you draw the line if a book has a certain degree of content of a sexual nature?
Dr. Miller, your time's up.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other comments?
Yes, I'd like to yield my time to Dr.
We cannot
Miller.
yield according to Robert's rules. He has a second go at it, but if there are any other comments from other board members, they need to happen first.
So I will address the notion that The Color Purple somehow equates to push. I've read them both, and there's no equality between the two of them. The Color Purple doesn't even come close to approaching the vulgarity that is in push. It's not even close. And this paragraph, if I understand it correctly, is that it will prioritize books that do not have sexually, whatever words we settle on. It's not and there's a process here where parents, when we finally get to it, can raise objections, and then they can, if it's approved, have their child or their student not read that book. This is saying we're going to prioritize. It doesn't say we will exclude. And the idea that we're going to immediately exclude, if this policy is adopted, that immediately results in the removal of The Color Purple, I think is a big leap that we haven't gotten there yet.
So it's either censorship or a
I
soft
add
ban
something?
at that point.
Can I add something? I know, Mr. Weethorn, you meant,
Question?
You could ask a
Responding.
question to me.
Okay.
it was a response to Mr. Weethorn's comment.
I'm just going to have to move on. Any other board members who haven't had a chance to speak? Dr. Miller, do you want your second chance?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. So the question that I hear, but I have not heard explicitly asked, is where do you draw the line with books and difficult content or content that has sexual components, or as we just amended this, explicit sexual acts? So where does that occur? And so I just want to share a few thoughts on that to be able to get them on the record. I do believe the certified librarian should manage acquisition and make recommendations based on the criteria in this policy. I believe as superintendent that the current policy is working. I have reread all of my work and comments. I reread the work of all the committees between now and then. I've read the legal memos provided by GRB and by Tucker Ahrensberg. In my analysis, I used the word prurient. I understand that tonight the focus of the objection is the word vulgar, and I understand that. I spent hundreds of hours in the fall of 2023 and winter 2024, not just to read the books that were being challenged, but to read more broadly than those books. I did that because I felt that I needed a broader context in order to take my responsibility as superintendent seriously. The committee did an outstanding job, 10 members, 5 staff, 5 communities selected at a lottery. They reviewed each of these books, and when it came to books that are similar in nature, The Bluest Eye, a majority supported it. Push was 5-5. Push was the book that I read twice in its entirety in order to consider all of the criteria that we had discussed before, and I won't take my 3 minutes to reread what I said on the record and published in the April 8th meeting. But ultimately, the concept in my mind is that there is a continuum. There's literature that has sexual comments or content of some form, and we might draw different places on that, and librarians certainly consider the entire work and the criteria in their recommendations, but I would put The Color Purple towards one end of that continuum. The Bluest Eye, which is similar, maybe not quite to the same degree as you described, but push to further to the end of sort of where do you draw the line? And then ultimately it's a matter of whose responsibility is that. We had a speaker read excerpts here around explicit acts that were included in the book, All Boys Aren't Blue. That was a speaker from North Carolina on October 23rd who came in to speak and read similar passages in front of the room at A.W. Beatty at that time. Our committee of 10 people unanimously recommended that All Boys Aren't Blue stay within the library. I agree with that, but I made that independently, that same recommendation, because I'm considering the entire work relative to all the criteria and considerations that are in there. So again, my comments for the board are, as we consider the totality of this language, there is a continuum, there are criteria, and it is a process to determine who's going to do that. If the board wants that authority, then I think it goes
Your
back
time's
to
up.
how are those decisions made?
Comments from the board before we take action?
Andy, can I jump in at all, or no?
Not unless you've been asked to answer
Would
a question.
anybody like to ask?
Look, I'll ask.
Okay.
Dr.
Okay.
Pasquinelli,
Thank you,
please answer.
I appreciate that, Mr. Wheathorn. I just want to address, because earlier you referenced book looks, and this is, again, to equate the challenge we're going to have, the color purple, to push. If you go to that same site and you look up the color purple and you get the data there, the A word's used 4 times, the B word's used 4 times, the F word's used 12 times, God damn is twice, the N word 10, PISS 4, the PU word 5 times, SHI 8 times, and TIT 9 times. So that's the challenge we have in reading the entire book and understanding that, and not just looking at excerpts or pieces of data like that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion regarding this proposed amendment? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of changing the paragraph to read, parents or guardians have a wide range of options outside the district system to introduce their child to content they deem appropriate for their child's age. As such, the district will prioritize inclusion of quality materials suitable for educational purposes that do not contain explicit sexual acts. All in favor of this proposed change? Yes. Any opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions? The motion passes. The next paragraph.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to make an amendment, or not amendment, I'd like to strike that entire paragraph.
Okay. Is there a second for eliminating the paragraph that was just read and amended?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I'd like just to note what the response of the librarians were on this. They say school libraries play a vital role in providing access to information and resources within public K through 12 schools. Unlike public libraries or online retailers, which not all students can have access due to financial or logistical barriers, school libraries ensure equitable access for all students. So I think that I don't even know why this is here, to be honest. It's just acknowledging that parents have options. Okay. And then I'm not sure why, I don't know why we're inserting ourselves in what they should prioritize. We already are inserting ourselves to have a say, so now we're having it both ways. So we want to insert ourselves before, during, and after. Can whoever put this in there speak to why they put it in there? Or where it came from? Like what the value is of it? What's the value of this? What are we solving? Why is it there? Is there a problem?
There are numerous options available. There's hundreds of thousands of books to be chosen. All we're asking is that what this is asking is that we prioritize the inclusion of quality materials suitable for educational purposes that do not contain explicit sexual acts. So when we're making those decisions, when those decisions are being made, the priority be given to something that achieves the goal of the librarian without going down this path.
Why?
because there's a number of people, a significant number of people in this community that don't want it.
So they don't have to read it, and neither do their kids.
You've spoken twice. Any other comments? Anyone else? Okay. The amendment is to remove the entire paragraph that begins, parents or guardians have a wide range of options outside the district system to introduce their child to content they deem appropriate for their child's age. As such, the district will prioritize inclusion of quality materials suitable for educational purposes that do not contain explicit sexual acts. All in favor of removing this entire paragraph?
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? The motion fails.
Barb, I was a no. I forgot to vote.
I'm sorry?
I didn't turn on my microphone when I voted.
Okay.
That was a no.
Okay, moving on to the next paragraph, which reads, the following sets forth objective district standards governing age-inappropriate sexually explicit materials. Borderline cases may still arise where a judgment must be made, and administrators will use their professional discretion and apply this policy to such instances. Any amendments, discussion?
I'd like to make a motion to delete the second sentence, starting with borderline cases may still arise.
Second.
All right, the discussion is now open on the amendment to remove the second sentence of that paragraph, which begins borderline cases. Any questions, discussion? Okay, hearing none.
Well, then,
Dr. Miller?
Before we do,
Go ahead.
I just want to, go ahead with Dr. Miller, because they'll give me time to think about this.
You want me to go? So it's just with some of the language. So standards governing age inappropriate sexually explicit materials. Again, I'm not certain exactly what that means relative to library and library policy. Am I not allowed to speak to that part?
Well, I just wanted to point out that it's what follows would be those standards. So this is leading up to that.
We're coming back to the standards, but we're getting rid of judgment.
I'm not sure what your question is, but the standards that are being discussed follow that paragraph. So this is leading up to that paragraph. So the standards we're referencing are below it.
We're discussing my deletion of borderline cases. That was the motion with the second.
Yes.
So that's the sentence
Thank you,
that
Lisa.
we're discussing. Only.
The second sentence.
Borderline, I'm not sure that I like the language, so I'm not going to use whatever the exact language is. Professional judgment is utilized by our librarians against the criteria and their training. There is content of a sexual nature, and that's how I'm going to describe it. Content of a sexual nature to some degree in hundreds and hundreds of books, including classics. The librarians would be better positioned, or English teachers would be better positioned at the high school level to be able to speak to that. But ultimately, we spoke earlier about a wide range of students. We have 1,500 students at the high school, 14 to 18. Inherent in that difference, there are different backgrounds, there are different interests, there are different maturity, there are different readiness levels, the needs that they have, all of those things are different. A library is different than a classroom. Optional reading is different, and so that idea of removing judgment, I'm not certain I understand how it can be removed. We're looking at it in isolation of things to follow, which is very difficult to comprehend anyway. And I just think that there's always going to be judgment by our librarians with their professional background and what they bring forward. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, and I think if we insert the right language into this policy, then there shouldn't be a question. So borderline cases, we should have it laid out in our policy. It should be very clear. So there isn't any question by the librarian whether or not a book should be allowed in.
Am I allowed to, one more?
That would be 2. Go ahead.
I understand that's the intention. and I'm here to speak to the implementation, the practical matter. I've given a specific title. If everything in this red line continues to move forward as it's described, the color purple is in the high school library in the information to follow and would be removed from the high school library. That's my point. And so that's what I'm struggling to put in context.
How
when
is
we
that
do it
related to
sentence by
judgment
sentence.
and borderline?
Because do I get to respond to that?
I'd also like to remind you that the board has made a decision to do this seriatim,
I'm
so we
not-
shouldn't continue to complain about
I'm
the
not
process.
complaining about it. I'm trying
It sure
to-
feels like it.
Well,
So
I'm-
let's talk about the substance of the amendments, please.
So I'm trying to provide my professional input to that. I gave a specific example. If there's a definition that we haven't gotten to, and we had a modification of word explicit sexual acts, that in and of itself brings a book like the award-winning Color Purple into removal, period, based upon the language that's in this policy. That's my concern.
We're talking about the judgment line.
But Mrs. Hillman said if the policy's written correctly or clearly, then there will be no question.
And that's
so
what
that
we're working through, so
And we
you-
haven't gotten to the definition
So that would-
section yet.
Right, so that would be some carve-out for an explicit sexual act in a book that's award-winning or something that ties back to our
Can we talk
criteria.
about the judgment and this particular thing? We're talking about other parts, and my recommendation is take it as it's written currently, and we will get there and make those amendments to it later. Any other comment on the motion to strike the second sentence that begins borderline? No? Okay. All right, seeing no more discussion, the motion on the table right now is borderline case to remove. Borderline cases may still arise where a judgment must be made, and administrators will use their professional discretion and apply this policy to such instances. All in favor of removing that line?
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed?
No.
Abstentions? Mrs. Fortier, are you voting? No. You're abstaining? You have three options. You vote yes, you vote no, or you abstain. We'll record that as an abstention. Moving on, I'm going to take, this is the section, Pine-Richland High School.
Actually, I'd like to make one more motion on that paragraph.
Okay,
Can I go
I'm
back?
sorry,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to go back to the first sentence where it says the following sets forth objective district standards governing age-inappropriate sexually explicit materials. I'd like to add in the school libraries.
Second.
So just to make sure that I have your amendment correct, you want to change the first sentence to read, the following sets forth objective district standards governing age and appropriate sexually explicit materials in the school libraries.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have discussion on the motion to amend the first sentence to include at the end in the school libraries.
Mrs. Hillman, can you share your, why you want to add the in libraries?
Sure. I wanted to make it clear that we're not talking about materials, for example, in the classroom. So we're only talking the library here. So if we're talking district standards, and it looks like we get to it in the next section, that's only applying to the school libraries, nothing else.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments?
input.
Yes, Dr. Miller?
Yep. I think the word that may be challenging or challenging for the librarians is age inappropriate. Again, there are a variety of age levels, and so I'm not sure how you define that or what is being used to recommend that. Books get reviewed, and there are sort of target ranges of ages, but beyond those ages, there are vast developmental differences. So I just think it's a nebulous word that may be challenging to implement.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none. The motion on the table is amending the first sentence to read, "The following sets forth objective district standards governing age-inappropriate, sexually explicit materials in the school libraries." All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion passes. All right, moving on to the next section.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I move to make an amendment.
sure.
I would like to amend it by saying the following sets forth objective district standards and leave out governing age-appropriate sexually explicit materials.
Okay, so the following, so the amendment will read, the amended sentence will read, "The following sets forth objective district standards." That's it for that paragraph. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion?
I just,
So you just voted to include in-school libraries in that sentence, but now you want to end the sentence after district standards?
the
Is
reason
that
why,
right?
just because it sounds repetitive, like Pine-Richland High School and middle school libraries, like we're explicit right down below, and then we define it. So I don't know why it needs to be in there and down there.
Maybe we strike it below.
So it's like a, since we define it, I don't know why it needs to be up there. Because it's defined in both places as libraries.
Sounds like she wants to take it. Any other comment? All right, hearing none, the motion is to amend the first sentence to just read, "The following sets forth objective district standards." All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? Motion fails. Okay, moving on to the next section that's titled Pine-Richland High School Middle School Libraries. We'll take the first four that relate to Pine-Richland High School Middle School Libraries, and it reads, "No materials in the high school or middle school libraries shall contain, 1, material that would be illegal to give to minors, such as pornography or obscenity; 2, visual or visually implied depictions of sexual acts or simulations of such acts; 3, explicit written descriptions of sexual acts; or 4, visual depictions of nudity except for science and health instruction, breastfeeding, or classical works of art." Do we have any amendments or motions or?
Madam Chair, I do want to make an amendment. I do find this needs to be simplified, okay? And you're reading the Pine-Richland High School and middle schools down through 1 through 4. I would like to propose taking this as the district standards, and I actually have prepared a simplified form that, and so, because it's hard when you start to make changes, and this is going to be very complicated. I would like to hand this out to each member, and then and then this would become my amendment.
Can you hand it out, and then maybe we can decide how to proceed once we all see it? Thank you.
No, we will read it. Again, the purpose of me doing this is because I want to simplify what's here on the paper, and since it is talking about the district standards, I want to include them in total, and to do that. And so this would be, my amendment is to have these district standards, if we drew a circle around that, this is what I would propose. And I'll give it time everybody to read it.
What are we doing?
Just, I will, just give everyone a moment to read.
What are we doing?
Phil,
Yes.
do you mind, to just be consistent, that we could take no materials through 1 through 4 initially, keeping in mind that we make the second half when we discuss Eden Hall?
That would be fine.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that we have this.
So-
I'm fine with that.
I'm going to reiterate the motion then, based on the paper, and I'm going to read it. So the motion on the table from Phil Morset is to strike the what I just read regarding Pine-Richland High Schools and middle school libraries and replace it with no material in all school libraries shall contain 1, material that would be illegal to give to minors, such as pornography or obscenity. 2, visual depictions of sexual acts. 3, explicit written descriptions of sexual acts, except for classical works of literature. Or 4, visual depictions of nudity, except for science and health instruction, breastfeeding, or classical works of art. We'll consider the second part of this after this first.
Okay.
Do we have a second to the motion to consider 1 through 4?
My second.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion?
How does one determine what defines classical works?
I think we'll have to, again, this is why we don't do definitions at the outset. You have to see what words are in the policy and then address those in the definition section at the end of this process. So we'll find all the words that we need to define, and we'll tackle that when we get to the definitions process. Do we have any other comments?
For clarification, did you say suggest to strike the line that just says Pine-Richland High School and middle schools?
Yes, because it says all libraries. Doctor, yeah.
Can I raise a question?
Yes.
As I understand it, we're looking at materials or the portion of the policy dealing with acquisition, which would be a different legal standard than the removal of materials.
Yes.
So I guess my question is the intent when we say that libraries shall, no materials in the library shall contain
I see what you're
these, I would recommend that we differentiate acquisition from removal.
Phil, would you like to amend your amendment?
Yes, I agree. I think that, because we are in the proper area of acquisition, so no materials in all schools needs to be amended and saying that shall purchase or shall acquire.
No.
That's a good
No
catch.
materials purchased.
So are you saying no materials in all school libraries shall be purchased?
Yeah, I said, that's right. Let me think about how we got to change this as opposed to contain.
Shall be acquired that. How about that? No materials in all school libraries shall be acquired that contain. Does that make sense?
Yes. You need the word contain, so yes.
Okay, so the amendment.
Let me read that for you.
Mm-hmm.
No materials in all school libraries shall be acquired that contain
1 through 4.
1 through 4.
Do we have a second for that change?
I'll second.
Was that you, Ms. Miller?
That was me.
Ms. Hillman, okay. Any discussion on the
Yes.
amendment?
Matt, would that word acquired, is that the word he used, acquired?
Mm-hmm.
Would that also apply to donations? Would that also apply to gifts and donations? Obtain, yeah.
I think the preceding sentence one of the preceding sentences said that the policies for acquisition
Okay.
apply to gifts and donations. So I would answer that question, yes, based
Yes.
on this draft.
Would the word obtained be any better?
Obtained? I mean,
Or I'm just throwing it out there for
I don't
discussion?
think that
Is there a
changes the
I
substance
don't-
of it.
Okay.
Dr. Miller?
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the discussion and what's happening here. It feels as though this is an additional criteria, but not in the criteria section. We're specifically looking at this. The board's red line has sexual related language that, if I understand the amendment, is being used as criteria for acquisition, but it's in a standalone section. Am I understanding that correctly?
I mean, I'm not sure I'm the one to answer that. I can give you my opinion on what I
I'm
think it is.
asking whoever can answer it. Is it?
So we use, oh, I'm sorry, Phil. Go ahead.
To me, it's not the criteria. It's just stating forth what the standards that shall be there. And so I'm not saying that, because we do address criteria earlier.
So, okay,
So I don't see it as that.
I understand that, but if a librarian is going through their process, applying their criteria, in addition to the criteria that the board has already discussed and that we'll circle back to later after the whole thing is done, we now have additional definitions or interpretations that they're being asked to use before they bring a book forward. The most recent amendment here, if I'm hearing it, you're applying it only to either to new books. So not to new books or donated books, but not to books that already exist in the library?
That's correct.
And this is the acquisition side. And just to answer your question, if you look at the section, the title of the section is Avoiding Age Inappropriate Material. So I think, well, my interpretation at least is, but it seems to me pretty clear that this is just further defining one of the criteria that currently exists, which is age appropriate.
Okay. So this would be for either purchased or donated books that are new to the library catalog, not the replacement books for wear and tear and other things that were discussed at prior meetings, those books that already exist within the library and are merely being replaced due to something being damaged, worn out, etc.
I think that's
That is
correct.
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I see it.
Any other?
Would it be better to word it, no new materials in the high school or middle school library shall contain?
Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button. I would recommend keeping that for the end because I do think that question was asked and answered and amended in that we did amend an earlier section to say new, not replacement items, just at the beginning of the meeting. So I would hold that thought, but I think your question is answered in a previous action tonight.
So how does it read current? Like what was the amendment to make it?
If I
Just-
may, it would read no materials.
I'm sorry, do you find it?
No materials in all school libraries shall be acquired that contain. No, you meant what we're working on, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Any other further questions? Dr. Miller?
So just the second one.
Oh,
I know we'll have to circle back to this at the end, but as I consider this, knowing what we know about literature, as I consider this amended language, I also look back at other points that we've talked about, which is the objectives. So we've covered the objectives, and it seems as though this is a narrowly focused area when we consider that we have kids up through 18 or even 21 or 22 years of age. This is a very narrow, specific criteria connected to sex, which may stand in sort of opposition to objectives that the board has already reviewed when we cycled through the seriatim the first meeting.
Any other comment, questions?
Is there any time left off of Dr. Miller?
Okay.
Yeah, you can have my time, yeah.
Can I share just one thought?
Okay.
Just for the board to consider, again, a concern that the board feels like we even need, number one. If our librarians are recommending illegal pornography, that's a huge concern that would be addressed, and feel like why that would be necessary to be in a policy is just a concern.
Any other comments on the proposed amendment?
Can someone speak to why that is in there? If it's illegal, Mr. Morset or Mr. Weethorn?
No.
I just think it undermines the professionals that work in our district.
Okay. I mean, and what's the downside? If it's
The
in there and
downside
they're
is
never
you're
gonna-
undermining the
Can
professionals.
you let him finish, please?
Sure.
And
Go ahead.
And I said, okay. And so, and if it's the material, if they're not going to put it in to begin with, then having it in the policy will never be an issue.
But it is an issue when you're undermining
Ashley,
and you don't
I'm
trust
sorry,
them.
you've already spoken twice. Anyone else have any additional comments on the proposed amendment?
No.
Okay, seeing none, the motion that is up is no materials in all school libraries shall be acquired that contain, 1, material that would be illegal to give to minors, such as pornography or obscenity, 2, visual depictions of sexual acts, 3, explicit written descriptions of sexual acts, except for classical works of literature, or 4, visual depictions of nudity, except for science and health instruction, breastfeeding, or classical works of art. All in favor? Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, the amendment passes. Moving on to the next section, which currently reads, Eden Hall Upper Elementary School enhance Richland, Wexford Elementary School libraries. No material in the Eden Hall, Hants, Richland, or Wexford Elementary School libraries shall contain 1, material that would be illegal to give to minors, such as pornography or obscenity, 2, visual or visually implied pictures of sexual acts or simulations of acts, 3, explicit written descriptions of sexual acts, 4, non-explicit references to sexual acts except for the purposes of teaching students to avoid and report molestation, or 5, visual depictions of nudity or depictions that imply a person is not wearing clothing, particularly where private areas are strategically covered or not shown, but where such depictions draw the viewer's attention to the person's private areas. Mr. Morset, do you want to propose your language as the amendment?
Yes, it's on the paper that I handed out, and I propose an amendment. It says additionally...
You want to strike, right? That
Yes.
whole thing.
I would like to strike that whole thing and amend the whole paragraph from Eden Hall all the way down through number 5, and I would like to amend it this way. Additionally, no materials in the Eden Hall, Hants, Richland, or Wexford School Library shall be acquired that contain non-explicit or implied references to sexual acts except for the purposes of teaching students to avoid and report molestation. Number 2, visual depictions that imply a person is not wearing clothing, particularly where private areas are strategically covered or not shown, but where such depictions draw the viewer's attention to the person's private areas.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, see, we have a second. Any discussion on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Morset, can you define non-explicit in reference to sexual
Going back
acts?
to Madam Chair's decision, that's
Yes.
something that we will definitely put, and we have to define it.
Again, we will go back through, find the words that need defined or further defined, refined in the definition section, and unless you have a question regarding the language other than defining them, I think you can have with the words. I'm going to quote someone at PSBA. The words are the words, and you can make from it at this point what you like, and we can refine it when we get to the definition section.
Will this count as my second time speaking if I'm responding?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Visual depictions that imply a person is not wearing clothing, particularly where private area are strategically covered or no shown, but where such depictions draw the viewer's attention to the person's private areas. I just want to give an example. Captain Underpants. Is that no longer allowed in the libraries? Does this only apply to real-life pictures, or can cartoons have it? You know, how deep are we getting into this?
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, the motion to amend the paragraph regarding Eden Hall with the points 1 through 5, the motion is to strike that entire section and replace it with, additionally, no materials in the Eden Hall, Pine-Richland, or Wexford School Library shall be acquired that contain 1, non-explicit or implied references to sexual acts except for the purposes of teaching students to avoid and report molestation. 2, visual depictions that imply a person is not wearing clothes, particularly where private areas are strategically covered or not shown, but where such depictions draw the viewer's attention to the person's private areas. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
All right, the amendment passes. Moving on to the
Madam
next.
Chair, I'd like
Yes?
to make a motion to make an amendment and strike that entire portion.
Okay. Mrs. Fortier wants to make a motion to remove the entire section that the board just passed. Is there a second? Hearing no second, moving on. The next paragraph is, when seeking approval for any library material containing permitted sexual content, the school librarian must notify the superintendent and/or the superintendent's designee that such sexualized content is present in the material and offer potential alternative options from which to choose, which covers similar pedagogical purposes for the resource which do not contain the aforementioned sexualized content. Do we have any changes to that paragraph?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to strike this entire paragraph.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Dr. Miller?
Yeah, I support the motion to strike it. I don't support the language, and I'm coming back to a question. I don't even understand exactly what the language means, how it would be used or interpreted. I'm trying to understand with what we just covered, and this connects to in some degree to what we just covered. If there were an award-winning book that was newly published that contained an instance of description of sexual assault, but taken in its entirety, and that sexual assault description is not to incite lust or...
I'm sorry, Dr. Miller, how does this pertain to the notification of sexual content?
It pertains to my support for eliminating the motion, because it's not... my rationale for supporting the elimination is that I don't understand what the language means, how it would be applied, or where it connects to the previous section.
Okay, any other comments? Seeing none, the motion on the table is to strike the entire paragraph. When seeking approval for any library material containing permitted sexual content, the school librarian must notify the superintendent and/or the superintendent's designee that such sexualized content is present in the material and offer potential alternative options from which to choose from, which covers similar pedagogical purposes for the resource which do not contain the aforementioned sexualized content. All in favor of striking the entire paragraph?
Yes.
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 All those opposed?
No.
No.
Abstain.
What's the count?
I'm
I have 3 yeses, 3 noes, and 1 abstain.
Correct.
3.
3 yeses, 3 noes, 1 abstain.
It's a tie, therefore it fails. Moving on to the section on weeding.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll
Oh,
second.
wait, can I amend that?
Yeah.
I motion to adjourn this portion of the meeting and go to recognition of visitors.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed?
No.
No. It fails. Moving on to the section on weeding, we'll now consider this paragraph, or this section rather. Weeding is the systematic process of removing and or replacing materials which have outlived their usefulness as expressed by the Pennsylvania School Library Association. As materials are weeded, efforts to sell or donate the materials should be pursued. Do we have any amendments here?
I move to make an amendment based on the librarian recommendation to strike materials not circulated within the past 10 years.
I don't see that language in here. Oh, we're not there yet.
Number 4.
We're focusing
Oh,
on the
your
paragraph
first.
I just read
Okay, sorry.
before the criteria. Any amendments to that paragraph? Not hearing anything, we'll now move on to the next part of this. Dr. Miller?
Yeah, just, it says, as materials are weeded, efforts to sell or donate should be pursued.
Mm-hmm.
The librarian input there is when removing materials, selling or donating may not always be feasible. In such cases, recycling options should be explored to align with the district's sustainability efforts. So that's their input.
Okay, does someone want to
I'll make a motion to include that language.
Okay, can you make the motion?
Sure.
To read what?
To read, as materials are weeded, efforts to sell, donate, or recycle the materials should be pursued.
I'll second that.
Dr. Miller, is that?
Who
Let me
seconded
make
it?
sure, Lisa, let me make sure I got it right. The last sentence of that paragraph, you're proposing that it be amended to read, as materials are weeded, efforts to sell, donate, or recycle the materials should be pursued.
Correct.
Okay, any discussion on that amendment? Hearing none, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed? Abstentions? The amendment passes. Moving on to the section regarding criteria. It reads, criteria for weeding shall include 1, materials that are worn or too badly damaged to be repaired, 2, materials that are outdated or contain inaccurate information, 3, materials replaced by newer additions, 4, materials not circulated within the past 10 years, 5, unneeded duplicate titles. Any amendments to that section?
I'd like to make a motion for number 4, materials not circulated within the past 10 years or used for in-library research projects. That was language that came straight from the librarians. I'll propose it now, and then when we have the librarians in the room, we could change that.
So can you read that, or used?
So
I'm sorry,
materials not
Mrs. Hillman.
circulated within the past 10 years or used for in-library research projects.
Wait, Lisa, do you mean keep it
Yeah.
in? Okay, except, like, with the exception of,
It sounds like
it's in use.
materials.
Materials not circulated or used for in-library research projects.
Sounds like kids are not checking it out, but using it
Using it
physically
in
in the
the
library.
Right.
I guess, potentially, yeah.
Do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second discussion on the amendment, which will read, for materials not circulated within the past 10 years or used for in-library research projects.
Right.
Dr. Miller, did you have a comment?
Just input. I think what Mrs. Hillman suggested addresses a portion of what the librarians gave as input. They did have another statement, though, that I think is relevant to the criteria for consideration by the board, which is librarians should use their professional discretion informed by their knowledge of how the collection is utilized for weeding. So again, I think it's not explicitly here, but it's part of the input that says weeding is not just a set of steps, but they have to consider all the information they know to make those decisions.
Okay, any other comments?
I'm just going to I'm going to plan on making an amendment after this to strike it out so they have the flexibility to kind of not be, like, I think it would just be cleaner if it wasn't there at all. So then they can make that discretion.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. On number 4, an amendment to number 4, materials not circulated within the past 10 years or used for in-library research projects. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Any opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? The amendment passes.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to strike number 4.
Okay, we're removing it all together.
Yes.
So do we have a second to remove number 4 in its entirety?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Discussion to remove it?
Can you clarify, Ashley? Sounds like you want to strike that, but replace it with something.
No replacement. If you read, as a point of clarification, school library materials that have not circulated in 10 years are not automatically removed. For example, talking about the in-library research. So just so we're not bogging down the policy, I think it's cleaner just to take out those words completely instead of adding the additional words. Because like Dr. Miller had implied, they use their professional discretion informed by their knowledge, so I don't know that we need to be explicit about that one.
Okay, any other discussion?
May I add
Dr.
on to
Justice.
Ashley's, just
Sure.
really quickly? I agree with removing number 4, and I think an example of that would be if it's within 10 years, it could still be relevant and accurate information that is used as an in-house resource.
Can you use Dr. Peach?
Yes, I will. So there could be relevant information within a research work that's in the library and being used. So I think that's a really good point that the librarians made. But with changes to like the STEEL standards, for instance, there might not be a classroom project that is currently using one of those, but could use it. So now that we're realigning things and we're looking at different resources, students might be coming in to use something now that maybe hadn't been used in the past as we're adjusting, as long as the information is accurate. So I'm just providing an additional argument as to why those materials, like 10 years is kind of arbitrary, depending on what the content of that book is and the circumstances of its use or potential use.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, the motion on the table is to strike criteria number 4, which currently reads, materials not circulated within the past 10 years are used for in-library research projects. All in favor of striking number 4? Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
It passes. Okay, moving on to overdue materials.
Actually,
Can I ask for just a point of clarification on number 3?
I'm sorry.
I was asking if I could ask just a point of clarification on number 3. New additions, would they go through the 30-day review timeline with the board?
These are
I don't read it
replacements,
as
right?
such.
Weeding. Yeah, older
But
books that were
would be
replaced.
bringing in a new edition.
I think
That's
a
something
newer
to
edition
consider.
is probably the same book.
It's I asked that earlier to be
Yeah.
clear on that, and it was, that other section was only for newly acquired books.
Okay, moving on to the next
Actually,
section, which is overdue materials.
Madam Chair.
Yes?
I had a small amendment to
Okay,
number 1.
okay.
I would like to make a motion that it would read, materials that are worn, comma, soiled, or too badly damaged to be repaired. So just inserting the word soiled.
So the motion is, number 1, materials that are worn, soiled, or too badly damaged to be repaired. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? Abstentions? The amendment passes. Moving on to overdue materials. The paragraph under consideration is, the district will notify parents or guardians of students who have overdue library materials. Failure to return overdue materials may result in the imposition of fines, loss of library privileges, disciplinary consequences, or exclusion from participation in extracurricular activities until overdue materials are returned or the cost of replacing such materials is made to the district. Any changes to that paragraph? Okay. Here, Dr. Miller.
The librarians did provide some input to that, just indicating that they believe it should be revised, that it is not accurate.
Does anyone want to make any amendments or changes? And this doesn't mean that we can't go back to do it later if we need to give it some more thought.
No, I think there were some questions. I briefly got to that part, read through it, and I think there are some questions for the librarians before we address any language changes, so I'd like to wait.
Okay.
Until we have someone in the room to
Mrs.
talk.
Hillman, I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. If you can just speak into your
When I read through the document from the librarians, I think there are some additional questions we have for them before we have language changes to this section. I'd like a little more time for us to read it and then the ability for us to ask them questions before we change it.
If no board members have language ready, I recommend that we hold on that and think about it and bring that back when we consider it as a whole. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none, moving on to the...
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn this portion of the meeting and recognize visitors. It is 8:46. It's a holiday week, and I think everyone would be appreciative if we wrapped up this portion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor for adjourning the meeting and moving to public comment?
Yes.
Yes.
All opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? Hearing none, it fails. We're moving on to the section titled Reconsideration of Library Materials. The first paragraph reads, "A parent or guardian of a district student or any district resident may formally challenge library material on the basis of appropriateness. Such parent, guardian, or resident shall be given a copy of this policy upon making an inquiry of the district." Any amendments on this paragraph?
Madam Chair, I motion to amend the paragraph to read, "A parent or guardian of a district student or any district resident may formally challenge library material, striking on the basis of appropriateness. Such parent, guardian, or resident shall be given a copy of this policy upon making an inquiry of the district."
You want to strike on the basis of appropriateness?
On the basis of appropriateness.
Okay.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have on the table a motion to amend the first sentence of that paragraph to read, "A parent or guardian of a district student or any district resident may formally challenge library materials," period. Do we have any discussion? Dr. Miller?
The librarians provided some input on this relative to the district resident as compared to a district resident who has a child actively within the school system. Our current policy, as I look at it, is silent on that. It doesn't distinguish one way or the other. So I just wanted to bring that input to the attention of the board as to who can issue a challenge.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. All in favor of amending the first sentence to read, "A parent or guardian of a district student or any district resident may formally challenge library material." All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
Who was the other no? Mr. Morset and Mrs. Hillman?
Right here.
So the amendment passes. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Mhm.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the paragraph and take out any district resident.
Okay, the motion is to just take out the words district resident?
Or any district resident. Yep, so it reads, "A parent or guardian of a district student may formally challenge library material."
such,
Oh, go ahead.
and then we'd have to change such parent, guardian, and then take out or resident shall be given a copy of this policy upon making an inquiry of the district.
So the motion is to remove district resident
Correct.
from both references
Yes.
in this paragraph.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion?
I guess my question would be,
I'm sorry?
I guess my question is, why do we want to remove district resident?
Just when the librarians say, when developing reconsiderations policies, best practices suggest that individuals requesting a formal challenge should have a child in the school system. So I just wanted to open a dialogue how we felt about, like, I personally agree that it should, or have some sort of, I don't think that anyone should just be able to come in and disrupt. And then do we prove that they live in the district? I mean, it starts to get,
So I agree with you in concept, but I guess I think where I would differ would be if I have a 4-year-old who's not, so I'm not a district parent yet, but I will be in 2 years.
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
So
that's what
that's-
the librarians are saying. I guess it would be good to have them here so they could, they could have expanded on it to see how they
And
feel.
these district residents are taxpayers, so they are funding books that are going into our library, so they certainly should have a say.
A say, but I feel like it should be weighted in some way.
There's the process. It'll go through the process.
Any,
Are you finished? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
any other comment on that? Okay. Hearing no additional comments, the motion on the table is to strike references to district resident from the two instances of district resident from the first paragraph. All in favor of striking?
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Any
No.
abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The amendment fails. Moving on to the next paragraph. A district-developed form should be utilized when submitting a concern or complaint related to the materials in the library. The materials will stay in circulation until the process for challenging the material is completed and a final determination is made in accordance with this policy. Any changes to that language?
I motion to make an amendment to include the materials will stay in circulation until the complaint is reviewed by a committee comprised of community and staff members. Process for challenging the material.
Can you slow down so I can capture that?
Sure. The materials will stay in circulation until the complaint is reviewed by a committee comprised of community and staff
Slow down.
members.
The materials
It's just the red line.
will
It's
stay.
it was what was struck out. I just want to bring that back.
Okay.
Bring
So
back
you
the
just want to
committee.
bring that back. Okay.
Mhm.
Bring that back around.
Okay. So the proposed amendment is the materials will stay, this is amending the second sentence, the materials will stay in circulation until the complaint is reviewed by a committee comprised of community and staff members, period. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion regarding that?
I'm sorry, could you read it one more time?
Sure. The amendment to the second sentence is, the proposed amendment will read, the materials will stay in circulation until the complaint is reviewed by a committee comprised of community and staff members, period. And we have a second on that. So
Okay.
is there discussion?
I just want to highlight the process that we went through on October 26th, that there was 329 parents and/or community members that volunteered to read the challenge books. And I feel like that process was successful. It brought community members together, they sat down, they discussed books, it worked as it was intended.
I'm not sure why it's wanting to be removed. I don't know the intentions behind that, but I feel like out of anything, if you're wanting to give voice, like Mr. Cassidy mentioned, like if you have a 4-year-old, this opens it up to all community members, and I think that that's part of what you're wanting to see in this process, so I'm not sure why it's being taken out.
Okay. Any other comments, Dr. Miller?
I don't have a concern. I'm supportive of the original change in isolation and of the amendment that was proposed by Mrs. Fourier. So to me, it's less about this sentence in isolation. My feelings are strongly that a committee should exist, and the challenge of accepting the language as it's presented is that the committee is eliminated in future parts of this red line policy. So again, I just want to be on the record. I don't really care how this is listed. Either way is fine. But I believe strongly that the layer of a committee is beneficial to the ultimate decision process, whether that's superintendent, board, whomever. I think it's an important layer of consideration by group.
Okay. Any other comments?
I would just add that brings the taxpayers into this process as well.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing no more comments on this amendment, the amendment to remind everyone, is to change the materials will stay in circulation until the process for challenging the material is completed and a final determination made in accordance with this policy. The proposed amendment changes that to the materials will stay in circulation until the complaint is reviewed by a committee comprised of community and staff members. All in favor of the change?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The amendment passes. Moving on. Yes?
Passes?
I'm sorry, the amendment fails. It stays, the original red line language stays, sorry. So the language, just to clarify, Barb, the language remains, the materials will stay in circulation until the process for challenging the material is completed and a final determination is made in accordance with this policy. Moving on to the next paragraph, which reads, upon receipt of a complaint, the superintendent and/or designee may try to resolve the matter through a telephone conference or a meeting between the guardian, parent, or resident and the school librarian and/or designated campus administrator. During this process, the complainant may request that the library material not be assigned to or checked out by the complainant's child. Any changes? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Miller?
Input. I don't know if you want input now.
Sure.
I mean, do you have proposed language
I have
that
input.
someone can?
Yeah, so the input I would provide is we don't talk about campus administrator. So campus is not a term that, to my knowledge, is used in any place in Pine-Richland School District. So it might have come from a different district or
Are you
school.
proposing building principal? Would you propose building principal?
I don't want to
Okay.
presume that. I'm just saying that word is not a
Okay.
word that we use.
Are there any changes that, before I move on?
I'd like to,
Okay,
I'm
go
ready
ahead.
to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to change the word campus administrator to school administrator.
I'll second.
Is there just one?
In that paragraph, there's just one.
Okay, there's just one reference, and we have a second. So the amendment reads, upon receipt of complaint, the superintendent and/or designee may try to resolve the matter through a telephone conference or a meeting between the guardian, parent, or resident and the school librarian and/or designated school administrator. The motion only amends the first sentence. Do we have any discussion?
I think that's clear language for us. And just as my input, our librarians are always open to having conversation with parents, our teachers are, and anything we can put in here that reinforces having the people closest to a matter having a conversation, I think is healthy and positive.
May I add one more thing? Just that it wouldn't even need to rise to the level of a formal complaint for a parent to suggest that they do not want their child to check out materials. That's something that our librarians do now as well. So if a parent were to say, I don't want my child to have access to blank, that is it. That doesn't require a formal complaint.
Okay. Any other discussion, comments? Okay, seeing none, the motion on the table is to amend the first sentence of that paragraph to read, upon receipt of a complaint, the superintendent and/or designee may try to resolve the matter through a telephone conference or meeting between the guardian, parent, or resident and the school librarian and/or designated school administrator. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Any opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay, the amendment passes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend this paragraph and strike it completely.
Okay, the motion, do we have a second? No, the one we just did.
I'll second.
Okay, the motion is to completely strike the paragraph that we just approved.
The reasoning behind it is that later you have opportunity for parental review, and I feel like it's addressed in that area. That if a parent has a concern, they could request from the librarian that they don't have access to that title.
Any other comments?
In
Where is that?
parental review, it says on the very last page, parents are to share any considerations regarding their students' book selections. Parents may contact the campus librarian in writing to opt their student out of any library materials or content.
Okay, any other comment? Okay, seeing no other comments, the motion is to completely strike the paragraph that reads, upon receipt of a complaint, the superintendent and/or designee may try to resolve the matter through a telephone conference or a meeting between the guardian, parent, or resident and the school librarian and/or designated school administrator. During this process, the complainant may request that the library material not be assigned or checked out by the complainant's child. All in favor of striking this paragraph?
Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed?
No.
No. Abstentions? The amendment fails. Moving on to the next paragraph, which reads, if the complainant is requesting that library materials be removed from the district's collection, the superintendent or superintendent's designee shall review the complaint and the challenged material and determine whether it conforms to the principles of the selection set forth by this policy, Do we have any changes?
I'd like to make a motion to replace the word principles. So whether it conforms to the principles, replace that with the criteria of selection set forth by this policy.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
So the amendment to the section would read, if the complainant is requesting that library materials be removed from the district's collection, the superintendent or superintendent's designee shall review the complaint and the challenged material and determine whether it conforms to the criteria of selection set forth by this policy. Any discussion? Dr. Miller?
Yeah, I'm just not fully clear on exactly what the whole thing means in terms of this sentence. So it seems like we have an emerging red line that has criteria identified. In some cases, the policy is looking at existing books already in the libraries differently from newly acquired books. A challenge could be coming in for a book that has existed already, or I guess it could come in after something's newly acquired. Either way, that book is in there. So I look at this sentence, or sentence, and I think about the books that were requested for reconsideration last year. If I were to look at, based on the rearview mirror, if I were to look at this statement and be asked to make an independent evaluation of whether I felt the complaint or the book conforms with the criteria of selection, I don't even, I mean, I could do that now after having read all, the books that were challenged. But in the moment, that means going through the entire process to do that. So I'm just struggling to see how that would occur. The fact that it would occur by, it appears to be a single individual making the non-librarian, although I guess it could be a librarian, so the librarian could be a designee who could look at the complaint and the challenged material and determine and say, no, the book that's in the library met the criteria. That's why it was recommended in the first place. I'm just not clear on what this means.
Yeah, I'd say it's implementing that would be a huge challenge for us. The previous paragraphs talk about us meeting with the complainant and talking about whether we can resolve this. If it hasn't been resolved and they still move forward with a complaint, I'd be challenged to say we're not going to bring that forward as if I were the designee.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, go ahead.
The motion again, please.
The motion is to change the paragraph so that it reads, if the complainant is requesting that library materials be removed from the district's collection, the superintendent or superintendent's designee shall review the complaint and the challenged material and determine whether it conforms to the criteria of selection set forth by this policy. All those in favor of that change?
Yes.
Yes. Those opposed? Abstentions?
Yes.
Abstain.
Okay, we have 3 abstentions and 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, the amendment passes.
Mrs.
Turchik
Turchik is
joined
on.
us.
Oh.
Hi, I just joined. I'm sorry, I didn't know if you saw that, and I would also like to abstain. Thank you.
Okay, the motion passes. So the original language is maintained.
Madam Chair,
No.
point of order.
I mean, it fails.
Okay,
It fails in the original language, which only changes the word principles back to principles, and
No, if I understood correctly, it was a change to criteria.
yes, but it failed. So it remains principles.
It did not fail, it passed. We
But if
thought-
Amy, so that's 1, 2, yeah, we had 3 abstentions.
It's a tie.
Oh, that's
so-
true, they abstained. I'm sorry, wasn't no. Thanks, good catch, sorry. It
It's okay.
passes.
That's okay.
It passes, sorry. All right, moving on to the next paragraph, which reads, the major criterion for a final decision on challenged library material is I'm going to start that one over. The major criterion for a final decision on challenged library material is appropriateness of the resource for its intended educational use and intended audience of minor students. The plurality of opinion in Board of Education versus PICO uses the standard that no challenged instructional resource shall be removed because of its ideas expressed therein. Removal of materials may be based upon the lack of educational suitability of the library material, lack of appropriateness for minors, such as sexualized content, or for pervasive profanity or vulgarity. It does not have to rise to the levels of obscene material or material which would violate criminal laws in order to warrant the removal of the materials. Do we have any changes?
Madam Chair, I motion to make an amendment and strike that entire
Do we have a second?
paragraph.
I'll second.
Second.
Mr. Cassidy seconds it. Any discussion?
I oppose the inclusion of this because it seems to cherry pick from PICO. There are lots of things throughout PICO since there was not a plurality and that there are both sides, and this is very much aligned with one interpretation of it. I don't know that we want to put it in policy. It may be something that we use when we're going through the process, but I don't see the value of having it in the policy.
Any other comment? Mr. Weithorn?
No, I would just invite
Okay.
Mr. Hoffman if you want to comment on that.
I guess my only comment is that the summary is consistent with the PICO decision and how it has been applied by various courts. So, would you say that it only applies to, or only, I forget the phraseology you used, Ashley.
We can't
Mr.
hear you,
Hoffman,
ma'am.
can you speak closer? I think people are having.
Yeah, I'm
Thank you.
sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
My comment is that I think what's written here aligns with the decision in PICO and how it has been applied by courts.
Okay. Any other comment? Dr. Miller?
Yeah. In our policies, I can't think of too many places where individual court cases are in the policy itself. Typically, they're cited with some number and not expressly included. Whether that matters or not, I don't know that it does one way or another. I just wanted to make the point. Again, as the board talks about policy, my mind always goes to implementation because that's my job and the job of the other administrators.
Okay.
My understanding, I'm still going, I'm trying to be thoughtful. My understanding is that different tests were used to try to make determinations about contested materials or challenged materials in libraries. And when those library books, in that particular case, there was a sort of theme to some of the books that were being challenged or the books that were removed at that time. This goes further to focus on lack of appropriateness for minors, such as sexualized content or for pervasive profanity or vulgarity. So I think we heard tonight a couple examples of books. Some read expressly from passages, others described. We heard Dr. Pasquinelli speak to an internet resource out there that counts certain words and does things like that. So I go back to the color purple, which is already in the library. I don't know how to even interpret this. So this red line policy removes the committee.
Dr. Miller,
yeah.
can we focus on the language
Yeah.
around appropriateness and the PICO decision and
Sure.
To remove that section rather than backtracking to other parts that we've already covered?
So
Can you focus your comments on the inclusion of that or not?
The major criteria for a final decision on a challenged library material. By the previous thing, it's coming to me for my first review of it. And it includes language and description here that, based upon my understanding, background, training, and investment, would mean that a book like The Color Purple stays in the library, and it would be my recommendation. Now, if the process changes, that would be a recommendation I make, but it would then come to the board for a final decision based on a change of the policy. That's all I'm trying to understand.
And I think that would be correct.
Okay, any other comment on this? Okay, seeing no more comments, the motion is to amend that paragraph and remove it completely. All those in favor of striking that paragraph?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the next section. When the decision has been reached, the superintendent or superintendent's designee shall notify the complainant. The decision shall be in written form, dated, and provided to the complainant within 10 district business days of the decision. All other appropriate staff members will be informed of the reconsideration and the outcome. Any changes to this paragraph? Go ahead, Dr. Miller.
Just input. So again, trying to understand the process in isolation, I find this is not effective or helpful. I'm not complaining about it. I'm trying to understand implementation. So in this red line, this is saying the superintendent or some other individual, one person, is making a decision about the challenged book. One person's thinking only. I don't clearly understand, whoever wrote this, how much time the superintendent or designee has to make the determination. I read it to say that after a decision has been made, that decision gets communicated within 10 days. Not that the entire process from complaint to decision is 10 days, but rather whatever period of time is needed, undefined, is utilized by the decision maker or the superintendent or designee, and then ultimately reduced, communicated in some written form. So I just want to make sure I understand that.
Do we have any amendments?
Can I comment?
I mean, are we going to change it? I don't.
Well, I just, so the comment then, I think your reading of it is.
I don't want to get into debate about
Right.
it.
You
I've
have to
allowed
make a
Dr.
motion.
Miller to give his
Okay.
thinking in
Right,
case it swayed anyone to make an amendment. But if we don't have an amendment on the table, I don't think we should be discussing it. Do we have any amendments?
Madam Chair, I'll make an amendment, a motion to amend to have clarifying language. So once the decision has been reached, the superintendent or superintendent's designee shall notify the complainant. And then that's it. Change that line.
You're changing when to once?
Yeah.
Do we have a second for that? She wants, okay, so Mrs. Fortier wants to change the first sentence. It currently reads, when the decision has been reached, and she would like to change it to once the decision has been reached. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, we have a second, so we may discuss this. Any,
The point of
Dr. Miller?
question.
Just thinking about implementation again. Challenges received based on this red line. Superintendent or designee reviews
I
it.
hate to interrupt you, but we are talking about changing when to once. Do you have comments on that and how that would affect your job?
I'm thinking of something, and
I'm,
nothing for me.
Does it affect this
that's
entire
what we
section?
should talk, that's the amendment. I appreciate that you want to talk about
Either
the
work
process.
fine for me.
Okay. Any other comments on changing when to once?
I guess I'll open it up to either Dr. Miller, Dr. Justice, or Dr. Pasquinelli. I want more clarifying language in order, I know it's not, I'm trying to follow within the seriatim. And so I'm just wanting to make sure that within this, whether we keep it or not, it has the language that clarifies the timeline, so you're not upheld to an imperfect standard that wouldn't be able to be done.
Again, I will remind you that we were talking about when to once, and that language change. If there is more clarification that we need, I think we need to have a different amendment. And if you need more time to make an amendment, I will remind you again that we come back again. Once this is all done, we can think about it, we can see the changes, and then come up with some thoughtful amendments that really clarify some of the questions that have come up through this process. So
I'm
you
just
can
missing-
answer it, but
Yeah.
we're talking about changing the language from when
Yeah,
to once.
It connects, because what I'm missing is I don't understand the decision-making process. We're communicating a decision, but I don't know how we got to the decision. Like, who's involved, how do we do that? That's the missing piece for me.
I withdraw my amendment.
Okay. Any other discussion about that paragraph before we move on? Okay, hearing no more comments, that paragraph then stays as it is. The next paragraph is, the complainant may appeal the decision of the superintendent to the board. The complainant shall have 10 days after receipt of the written decision regarding the library materials to provide written notice of appeal to the board president. The board, in its sole discretion by a majority vote, shall determine if the challenged library materials shall remain in the district's libraries or whether be available through through the district. The board shall inform the complainant in writing within 10 days of its decision. The board decision shall be final. I open that up to changes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a change, but may I have a moment to go through and, so I don't trip over my words? Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to include, after the sentence, the complainant shall have 10 days after receipt of the written decision regarding the library materials to provide written notice of appeal to the board president. I believe, school directors should read the books at issue in their entirety before determining to remove them, or before determining to overturn
I'm
the
sorry,
decision.
I can't hear the amendment. If we could please keep the noise down from the audience. Can you please repeat that and
Sure.
clarify where you want to insert that?
After the second paragraph.
After the second sentence.
So
before-
ending after appeal to the board president?
Yes. School directors should read the books at issue in their entirety before determining to overturn or to appeal the decision.
To overturn.
To overturn the
School
decision,
directors
the final decision.
shall read
Read the books at issue in their entirety before determining to overturn the final decision.
in their entirety before
Before considering the appeal.
considering the appeal or as part of the appeal? You said something different. That's
Well-
different language than you gave me
Right.
initially.
Overturn the final decision.
But I think we have to read it before we make that determination. So kind of baking it in that we acknowledge we're going to read the book in its entirety if it gets to that point, prior to making our decision on whether or not we appeal the final decision from the other people.
Yeah, that's what you.
Before,
School directors should read the books in issue in their entirety before determining to overturn the final decision.
Okay, that works. Yeah, that's fine.
So I have school directors should read the books in
At issue.
at issue in their entirety before determining to overturn the final decision.
before determining what?
Before determining to overturn the final decision.
Determining to make final decision?
To overturn the final decision.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Cassidy seconds. It's open to discussion. Any comments? Mrs. Turchick?
Yes, thank you. Apologize for being late. I was, the meeting was scheduled without anybody's notice, so, that's not really on me. Secondly, I do agree that, I know you don't need to tell me that I'm talking offline. You can just settle down there.
Please keep your comments
the
focused.
school board members should be required to read the books, and I'd like to have a point of information. If this isn't our language, I'd like to have a point of information or inquiry to Mr. Hoffman. If it is in our policy that the school board directors must read the books, is there any accountability that will be held to school board directors? Because we know we have school board directors who couldn't be bothered to read the information that they receive from our school librarians. And we have school board members that don't respond to emails, and we have school board members
Mrs.
who
Turchick, please
don't
keep your
do their
comments
work.
focused on the
Yeah, this
language
is
at
focused
hand.
on the
You don't need
competence
to
of
launch
any school
attacks
board
at
members.
everyone every time you
I
decide to
didn't
speak.
mention any names. If you take it personally, that's on you. So that would be my question, is if we have this in our language, are we held as school board members that we must read these books? Thank you.
Go ahead.
So,
I'm sorry, again, we cannot conduct business if you're noisy. Thank you. Been wanting to do that all night. Go ahead,
So,
Mr. Hoffman.
yeah, Amy, in response to your question, if the board is considering removing a book, it would be the recommendation that the board read the book in its entirety.
Okay, so my question would be, again, if I hope I'm not violating my 3 minutes or 2 times rule or whatever that is.
This will be
but
your second time.
If we have board, no, I'm not talking to Mr. Hoffman. Point of order. School board member does not read the book. Are they held accountable to that?
Well, that would be up to the rest of the board. What I would say is that if a decision is made to remove a book where the directors have not read the book, that would be difficult to defend legally.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have one more comment, or one comment. I want to be confident that the librarians have actually read the book, which we learned earlier in the meeting that they're not actually reading all these books. So that's a concern that I have as well, when we have books coming before us and we have the librarians going through the policy saying that it's meeting the criteria, but they haven't actually read the book. So do you want to amend that to include librarians reading the books?
No, I don't.
Okay, any other comments?
Dr. Miller?
Dr. Miller?
Just input. So this is obvious. Hopefully I believe this comment and input to be relevant to what Mrs. Hillman stated and what has been discussed here in this section. It's not directly in alignment, but it's been discussed by several people. Our librarians are professionals. They are trained, they are aware of the students at their developmental level, they are familiar with professional resources, they use a variety of networks, contacts, recommendations to evaluate their collection in totality, to make recommendations for improvement in the overall collection, and to meet the diverse needs of students within the buildings. I understand that there are concerns about some of the books that are in the library at the high school. We received 14 titles of complaint within a 5-day window prior to October 23rd, and then had a national speaker that read from a passage of one of those books. But the professionalism and integrity of the librarians, I would not want to be questioned through the discussion here. They have their oversight is a part of it. I understand oversight, so I'm not saying that. But I want to protect the integrity of the individuals who work hard to serve the students of this district, to take their responsibilities professionally, to bring forward a variety of works to meet diverse population of needs. And we could describe diverse in many ways, as I have had described before. When they were here in June, they described their process and responded to any questions of the board. I am certain that they would want to be present to respond to a future meeting and answer questions, but I would want them to feel safe in their ability to do so, to not feel intimidated or in any way, but rather have a professional dialogue to learn, gather insight into not just what they've written, but what they do on a daily basis. We have awesome staff members in this district. A prior staff, a prior board approved the color purple. We have language tonight about the color purple. This is the hard part of this. We got to implement this, and I don't understand what it means, and I do know and understand the students in our building. So thank you for giving me the courtesy of that. I know it was not directly online.
Can we repeat the motion?
Yeah, so the motion is to insert after the sentence that ends, that written notice of appeal will be provided to the board president. Inserting after that, school directors shall read the books at issue in their entirety before, I still didn't get the end of that right, Mrs.
School directors shall read the books at issue in their entirety before determining to overrule the final decision.
To overrule?
Yes.
To overturn the
Overturn.
final decision.
Okay. Any other discussion on this amendment? Okay. Not hearing anything, the motion, to just to remind everyone again, is to insert after the sentence that reads, the complainant shall have 10 days after receipt of the written decision regarding the library materials to provide written notice of appeal to the board president. The motion is to insert here language that says, school directors shall read the books at issue in their entirety before determining to overturn a final decision. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the motion passes. I'm sorry, the motion fails.
It fails.
Motion fails. It does not get included. Any other discussion before we move on? Okay, hearing none. The next paragraph reads, specific library materials specific library material that has withstood the formal challenge process after the adoption of this policy shall remain in the library and will not be reconsidered within 1 year of final determination. Any library material removed will not be eligible for consideration to be added again for at least 5 years and without meeting the criteria for selection outlined in this policy. The district shall verify any previous decisions prior to engaging in reconsideration of any library material. Do we have any proposed changes? Mr. Weethorn has an amendment.
I'd like to make an amendment to just be consistent, that it be 5 years in both places. So at the end of the second line, that 1 would be replaced with 5.
5 years is the first. Where's the second one?
Second
I see,
one
it's 5 already. Okay.
correct.
So the proposed amendment is to change the first sentence to read, specific library material that has withstood the formal challenge process after the adoption of this policy shall remain in the library and will not be reconsidered within 5 years of final determination. Do we have a second?
A second.
Ms. Miller seconds it. Any discussion?
Yes, I'd like to ask, where are we getting 5 years from?
Just a period of time so that we're not running through this year after year after year, that there's some period of time within which it stands. If you want to make it 4 years, make it 4. But 5 years, so we're not revisiting this over and over again. Just so we're not revisiting this over and over again. If you want to make it...
It's just an arbitrary number is what you're saying.
If you want to make it 10, you can make it 10.
I don't want to make it anything.
I'm
I want
sorry,
to take the advice of
Miss
professionals.
Fortier, you've exceeded your 2. Any other comment? Miss Turchik.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up where Ashley led off. I do believe that those years are arbitrary. I believe it's arbitrary because this policy is written for the political whims of the people currently in office. So when we have different people in office, this will be changed. So it doesn't matter if it's 5 years. It should be just 1 year or 2 years or something less than that. And that's what I was going to propose for an amendment to it.
Okay, any other comments? All right, hearing none. Just to remind everyone, the amendment on the table currently reads, it's the first sentence of that paragraph, specific library material that has withstood the former challenge process after the adoption of this policy shall remain in the library and will not be reconsidered within 5 years of final determination. All those in favor of the change? Yes. Those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
The amendment passes. Any other before we move on? Okay, next section is opportunity for parental review. The first paragraph reads, recognizing that parents hold an essential role in the education of their children and have the right to guide what their children read, each library shall maintain a printed list of materials on site and on the school library website that shows what has been selected as well as what is slated for acquisition. Visual materials are to be made available to parents for in-person review upon request on the same basis as printed materials are made available. Parents and guardians have the right to review student school records, including but not limited to books checked out by their child. Any proposed changes?
Yes,
Mrs.
Madam Chair.
Turchick?
Okay. Go ahead, she was first.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment that it says, in the second sentence about each library, that it says each library and library only, not classroom materials.
Mrs.
Make that
Turchick,
amendment.
just you, I know you came late. We already addressed part of that classroom material, so I don't feel it's necessary to include that. I think we've made it clear earlier in the meeting that this policy does not apply to classroom material. Would you like to rescind your motion?
Let me take my motion back and think a little. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment. As I read through this, it's a little confusing, so I actually have a recommendation for the whole paragraph, which takes a lot of what's in the paragraph, but I want to bulletize it. And so again, to make it easy, I will read it, but I also want to pass out to everybody.
Okay.
So that, and pass this around, please. Dr. Miller, if you could pass this to the other two. And then maybe missing one here. You guys pass. So my amendment.
Can you email me a copy of it? I'm not there.
I can read it and see if that helps you.
I can text it.
You text it. It's a long text. Well, hang on. Let me go ahead and read this. Recognizing that parents hold an essential role in the education of their children and have the right to guide what their children read, each library shall post online all materials currently in school libraries and materials slated for acquisition, make available visual materials for in-person review upon request, the same basis as printed materials are made available, and then maintain records of materials students have checked out for parental guardian review upon request.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mrs. Hillman seconds it. Do we have any discussion on this item?
Can I have a minute to?
Dr. Miller?
Yeah, I'm just reviewing it, and I'm trying to review it in light of the input provided by the librarians. So I don't, generally speaking, I would summarize the librarians' input to say that they welcome parent engagement in the process, and parents have rights to look at their kids' records. In terms of making the materials, they're currently available, so people can see that information right now on the Destiny site. You don't have to have a login or anything like that. Again, depending on the nature of it, parents don't have passwords directly into their kids' accounts, and so but they have their child, so they can sit and look at what their child's doing and be able to look within the system to do that. They could reach out to the librarian instead. So again, a lot of support generally is what I would see there.
Yeah,
Some nuance that's different.
Yeah, seems just redundant because everything that's here we're doing already previously in the policy of posting the books that we are recommending for acquisition. All books that have been approved are posted as well. They're also on our Destiny catalog, so the parents have access. The language about parents' access to their child's list is probably worth having that just for clarity.
Okay. Any other, Joe?
Yeah, I think the question is, for those students who are already 18, Mr. Hoffman, can parents still request that kind of information?
What was the question? Or was it
For students who are already 18, so pretty much the majority of the seniors, can parents request that information? And do they have a right to it?
Yes. I mean, even though the child is 18 years of age, the parent would still have, if they're supporting that child, they would still have the right to access educational records, which would include library lists.
I have a question about, isn't that a violation of FERPA if they're over 18?
No, that is FERPA. FERPA says that, again, parents maintain their parental rights under that statute if they are supporting the student.
Any other discussion? Okay. Seeing no other discussion, the motion on the table is to amend the first paragraph to read, recognizing that parents hold an essential role in the education of their children and have the right to guide what their children read. Each library shall, 1, post online all materials currently in school libraries and materials slated for acquisition. 2, make available visual materials for in-person review upon request on the same basis as printed materials are made available. And 3, maintain records of materials students have checked out for parental guardian review upon request. All in favor of this amendment?
Yes.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
The motion passes. Okay, moving on to the
Madam
next
Chair?
paragraph.
Can I make an amendment for one
This-
edit to?
on this?
The,
Yes, go
We
ahead.
just approved just one amendment or modification. I'd like to make a motion to strike one phrase in the very first sentence. So it
I'm
would-
sorry, I can't hear you. Can you start over?
I'm sorry. I would like to make a motion that the first sentence would read, recognizing that parents hold an essential role in the education of their children, and then strike the rest of that until each library shall, just striking and have the right to guide what their children read.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion?
Only because I think that it's, only because my thought is that it's a given. I just don't know that that needs to be explained.
I didn't hear a word you said, and you're sitting 2 feet away from me.
Only that I thought that that was unnecessary. I'm not opposed to what it says, but I just didn't think it was necessary.
Okay, any other comment? Okay, having none, the proposed amendment is to have the first line of that policy of that paragraph read, recognizing that parents hold an essential role in the education of their children. Each library shall. All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
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 Okay.
Do you need a
I
roll
have
call?
Are there
no-
abstentions?
Abstain.
Any other abstentions?
I have,
Mrs. Turchick, did you vote?
I said yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think I didn't hit my button in time.
I have 2 noes, 1 abstention, so that would be 5
Can we do
5 yeses.
a
Roll call.
roll call?
Sure. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Cassidy?
Yes.
Mr. Morset?
No.
Mrs. Brusalis?
No.
Mrs. Fortier?
Abstain.
Mrs. Hillman?
No.
Mr. Wheathorn?
Yes.
Mrs. Turchick?
Yes.
Okay. The
4
amendment.
yeses.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
4 yeses, 3 noes, and 1 abstain.
The motion passes. Okay. Moving on to the next paragraph, which reads, "The ultimate determination of appropriateness for a minor lies with the parent or guardian. School librarians and/or campus administrators are to encourage," and I appear to be missing the next page. Sure. Administrators are to encourage parents to share any considerations regarding their students' book selections. Parents may contact the campus librarian in writing to opt their student out of any library materials or content. School librarians shall honor and accommodate individual requests by parents, guardians, which may include restricting specific titles or books.
I'd like to make a motion to delete the second sentence, school librarians or campus administrators. Delete the second sentence entirely.
Okay, so the motion on the table is to have the paragraph read, "The ultimate determination of appropriateness for a minor lies with the parent guardian," striking the second sentence. Parents may contact the campus librarian in writing to opt their student out of any library content or materials or content. School librarians shall honor and accommodate individual requests by parents or guardians, which may include restricting specific titles or books. Do we have a second for that?
Second, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment, which is to remove the second sentence? Okay, not seeing any discussion. All those in favor of that change? Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. Ms. Fortier, you said yes? Okay, the amendment passes. We can't hear you.
Sorry. I'd like to make another amendment to this sentence starting, parents may contact, we have the campus librarian. Again, if we can change that.
School.
Yeah, to make it consistent with the language change previously, so school.
Is it just one reference to campus?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So the amendment is to the current second sentence, and it would read, parents may contact the school librarian in writing to opt their student out of any library material or content. Do we have a second?
I second that.
Any discussion? Not here. No discussion. Let's move to a vote on that. All in favor of this change?
Yes.
Yes.
Any
Yes.
opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
The amendment passes. Is that it? Anything else with this paragraph? Okay.
Anything I can add with that paragraph? Is that possible over here?
Who's talking?
Me? Can I add something? Just that paragraph, I love that section because it really, I think it's getting to where I'd love to see us go with this policy is around parent engagement. You know, engage with your child, know what your child is reading, have those conversations, perhaps read books with your child, but let other parents make that determination for their children as well. So I think it's going in the right direction.
Okay, we're going to move on now. As the process of seriatim tells us, we have finished the meat of the policy, so we're going to go back to the beginning and tackle the purpose of the policy. I'll read the first paragraph.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting and pick this up at another time.
Second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, this is not debatable. All in favor to adjourn?
Yes.
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 All those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? The motion fails. Okay, we're going to move on to purpose. The first paragraph reads...
I'd like to make a motion that we end the meeting in 30 minutes.
Second.
Is that a valid?
Yes, in Robert's
Yeah?
Rules of Order,
All right.
you can make a motion to set a time to end it.
Okay, we have a second. Is that debatable? I'm assuming not, because adjourning wasn't. Okay. All those in favor of adjourning in 30 minutes?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? Hearing none. Moving on with the first paragraph. The district's library, this is the purpose section. The district's libraries exist to facilitate research and learning by furnishing materials that are of requisite quality, suitable for educational goals, worthwhile to students, and most appropriate for minor students. The district's libraries do not exist to provide universal coverage, but instead to provide materials aimed at the pedagogical goals and for the interest, information, and enlightenment of minor children, not adults. Are there any proposed changes to this paragraph? Hearing, Dr. Miller?
I just have input. So our existing policy really does not have a purpose or a preamble. given the context of the entire red line policy, the sexual content was the primary focus of changes from my perspective in what the board has been reviewing. Now we're in a place where we're introducing what the library means. The librarians have provided specific language that captures the heart, soul, spirit of why libraries exist. In listening to the first paragraph, and it could be my listening or interpretation, but it heavily brings in this concept that something's happening that is not for minor children, or that is not consistent with the values and beliefs of our librarians or our school system as a whole. I just don't think that it frames libraries in a positive way as they can and should be. And I think that the librarians can assist the board with really good language about the purpose of libraries. Later in the policy, if the policy is ultimately reviewed and then approved, there will be protections and other things there based upon the will of the board. I just don't know that it's necessary to make that the preamble of this policy.
Do we have any proposed changes? And Mrs. Turchik, I see your hand up. I'm going to come to you in a minute. Just, I know that you joined us late. We've been giving Dr. Miller an opportunity to weigh in to see if that sparks some changes before we make those changes. So if you have a specific change, I'll call on you now.
I do, and I do appreciate that you're listening to Dr. Miller. So I would like to make them, I have two motions. I'm going to do them separately. So one, I would like to add the word all before students there in the second line. I guess is still the first sentence, worthwhile to all students. So I'd like to make an amendment that we add the word all.
Is that for minor students, like where it said instead of minor?
No, I'm in the second sentence. As suitable for educational goals, worthwhile to, I would like to say all students. It's still the first sentence, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, I found it. Okay, and your second change?
My second change, I want to do this kind of stuff. I guess I have a question. I would like to hear what is your, or perhaps Mr. Weethorn or the author of this, is what they agree is their pedagogical goals.
So since you have a motion on the table, we're going to cover the motion. And the motion is the district's libraries exist to facilitate research and learning by furnishing materials that are of requisite, I forgot to turn my timer off. Requisite quality, suitable for educational goals, worthwhile to all students, and most appropriate for minor students. The change is just to the first sentence. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Cassidy seconds. So this now opens up the conversation about the specific amendment, which is to include the word all before students in that first sentence. Do we have any comment on support, concerns, questions? Dr. Miller?
Just input to support the concept and what she's proposing. I think it does align with the objectives that the board discussed in the last meeting, which is can take into consideration various varied interest abilities, maturity levels, chosen to stimulate growth, factual knowledge, literary appreciation, diverse points of view on all topics. So the board already went through all of those things, and I think they support the idea of every student or all students in the preamble.
Any other comments?
Amy, I don't disagree with including all, but I am going to make a motion to amend it, to strike it, and put in the language that the librarians recommended.
Okay. We've got to act on this.
That's fine. I just want to let
Language
Amy
first.
know.
Any
That's
other
fine.
comment?
I'll withdraw my mention. I'll withdraw my amendment. My motion, rather.
Mrs. Turchik withdraws her amendment. Do we have any other changes to bring forward to the board?
Madam Chair, I motion to make an amendment to strike the current language and put in its place, the school library serves as a vital hub for learning, providing students and faculty with resources that enrich the curriculum and meet the wider goals and objectives of the entire school community. School librarians.
You're going to have to go back. This is quite a lengthy.
Do you have the librarian?
Oh, I do.
It's on there.
What page is it on?
It's on the first page.
On the first.
Yeah,
What page again?
the first page. It says school library purpose.
Okay. Is it that whole?
Yeah, I'm just going to read it out loud for clarity for the
Okay.
audience.
So you want to strike the whole purpose and
I wanna
replace it
strike-
Can we
with
pull
this?
it up on the screen for the community, please?
Why don't you move forward with that? We can attempt to do that, but to keep things moving, Mrs. Fortier, can you please continue reading what you're proposed?
Would you like me to start from the beginning?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. Okay, so I'm making a motion to make an amendment to strike the red line language and replace it with, the school library serves as a vital hub for learning, providing students and faculty with resources that enrich the curriculum and meet the wider goals and objectives of the entire school community. School librarians curate a wide range of high-quality, up-to-date materials across various formats. Through its offerings, the library aspires to spark curiosity, create meaningful connections, and empower learners to thrive both academically and personally.
Okay. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
We have a second. Discussion, please.
So how much were you, I'm sorry, I have a question. So was the motion to strike just the first paragraph to replace it with what you just read?
Since we're saying germane to the paragraph, yes.
So just the first paragraph?
Yep.
Okay, Mrs. Turchick?
Yes, hi. I am going to agree with Mrs. Fortier's decision and also with our valued librarians, the way that they worded this. I think their language is much better and much more all-encompassing as what we hope a library policy to be. So I hope that the rest of the board supports this as well.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, seeing no more discussion, the proposed amendment strikes the first paragraph of the purpose and replaces it with, the school library serves as a vital hub for learning, providing students and faculty with resources that enrich the curriculum and meet the wider goals and objectives of the entire school community. School librarians curate a wide range of high-quality, up-to-date materials across various formats. Through its offerings, the library aspires to spark curiosity, create meaningful connections, and empower learners to thrive both academically and personally. All those in favor of the change?
Yes.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Abstain.
So
Passes.
the
Passes.
amendment passes. Moving on to the second paragraph, which states, the policy provides criteria for the selection, removal, and replacement. This policy provides criteria for the selection, removal, and replacement of library materials, focused on maximizing transparency with parents and community members while meeting student needs to provide supplemental enrichment in their learning with appropriate materials. Through the provision of these library materials, the district recognizes that parents hold an essential role in the education of their children and have the right to guide what their children read. Do we have any proposed changes?
Madam Chair, I motion to amend and strike the current language and replace it with, the purpose of this policy is to outline the criteria for selection, weeding, in parentheses, deselection, and reconsideration of library materials, and outlining parental rights in regards to the school library collection.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Could you read that one more time, please?
Sure.
It's on here. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were taking it straight from, sorry. I have it in front of me.
I am.
Sorry.
I just added, so on the bottom it says, just adding about parental rights. So it reflects that last portion.
And that last portion, is that like this policy includes additional, can you read that last
Sure.
part for me again, how you want to?
Go ahead and read it.
Okay. The purpose of this policy is to outline the criteria for selection, weeding, in parentheses, deselection, reconsideration of school library materials, and to outline parental rights in regards to the school library collection.
Okay. So we had a second on that. Mrs. Turchick, do you have a comment? Go ahead. Mrs. Turchick?
So sorry. I'm doing this a little bit half-wing, but this is also a section the librarians included about parental involvement, that district librarians have consistently valued parental involvement in decisions regarding their child's use of school library materials. And I feel like this should also be included in this section as well. I don't want to step on your toes, Mrs. Fortier, but this was also in that section, and I don't know if we could add that as well.
Sure. Can you give me some language, Amy, and I'll make an amendment to my amendment to add that language.
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, sure. I am pulling it right off of from the librarians. I just jumped down a little bit where it says parental involvement. Do you see that paragraph?
I do, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I move to make an amendment to my amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
For it to say, I'll start at the beginning. The purpose of this policy is to outline the criteria for selection, weeding, parentheses, deselection, reconsideration of school library materials, while also acknowledging district.
Last time it was and to outline parental rights.
Right. And then I guess just add an additional sentence that says, district librarians have consistently valued parental involvement in decisions regarding their child's use of school library materials.
Let me restate that just for everyone. So the proposed amendment to the amendment is to strike the second paragraph of the purpose and to replace it with, the purpose of this policy is to outline the criteria for selection, weeding, deselection in parentheses, and reconsideration of school library material, and to outline parental rights in regards to the school library collection. District librarians have consistently valued parental involvement in decisions regarding their child's use of school library materials. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Cassidy seconds it. Discussion?
Amy, is that the intention that you had, just to add it?
No, my intention was to remove to cross out the policy on the paragraph on the red line policy and make this the paragraph instead.
We did that.
Okay,
right.
yeah,
I meant
so
like
I
the
just wanted to add that
addition.
as well.
The addition that I added at the end, was that your intention, just to use
Yes,
that
please,
straight?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have terrible feedback. It's hard for me to hear.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Any discussion?
Would you mind, for the purpose of reading that again for me, please?
Okay, sure. Okay, one more time. The proposed amendment to the amendment, and again, this is to strike the second paragraph of the purpose. The purpose of this policy is to outline the criteria for selection, weeding, in parentheses, deselection, and reconsideration of school library materials, and to outline parental rights in regards to the school library collection. District librarians have consistently valued parental involvement in decisions regarding their child's use of school library materials. All right. Does anyone have discussion? We do have our second, so. Well, he wanted me to repeat it one more time. So any discussion on the amendment to the amendment? Hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the second paragraph, striking it with that language that I just read? All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The amendment passes. All right. Moving on to definitions. Currently, we
Mrs.
have...
Broussel, it's just a brief comment.
Yes.
The librarians did submit a few additional paragraphs around purpose. So in addition to what was here, I just bring it to the attention of the board. It's on page 2 of their handout for consideration if someone wants to move to include that. It's under breadth and depth of the school library collection.
I'd like to make a motion to add those paragraphs to the beginning part of this of this policy.
Okay,
I can read it all out. It's under breadth and depth of school library collection.
I can do that. I think it's a little easier for everyone here. Breadth, okay, so we're adding additional paragraphs to the first two that were just approved. The amendment is to add additional paragraphs, and those paragraphs would read, the breadth and depth of the school library collection should meet not only the curricular needs of students, but also the goals of inquiry, enrichment, critical thinking beyond the curriculum, and a lifelong love of reading. Empowering students to choose what they read is essential for their metacognitive development, enabling them to understand and define themselves as readers. As they become more aware of their interests and abilities, they are better equipped to select texts that suit their needs and preferences. Engaged readers are more likely to enhance their reading skills, which contributes to academic success. To prepare students for college, if they choose that path, we should provide access to challenging advanced texts that support their growth. Our school libraries primarily serve minor children while also accommodating adult patrons, including high school students and staff across all buildings. Our school libraries serve students aged 6 to 21. Additionally, each library maintains a professional collection to support staff development and continued learning. Do we have a second?
I second.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion?
I think it's great.
All right. All those in favor of adding the section that I just read to the existing or the newly amended purpose, all those in favor?
Yes.
Those opposed?
Yes.
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. So what is that?
So 5 noes, 3 yeses, and 1 abstention. Oh, no. 4 noes, 1 abstention, and 3 yeses.
Okay.
So it failed.
The motion passes.
No.
No.
No? So there were 4 noes?
I'm sorry.
Correct.
So I have yeses,
Leslie,
Mr.
did you see
Cassidy,
this one?
I said no.
Mrs. Turchick, Mrs. Fortier.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have 3 yeses, Mr. Cassidy, Mrs. Turchick, Mrs. Fortier. I have Mr. Wheathorn as abstending, so that's 4. And so it's
4,
4
3, 1.
noes.
4, 3, 1?
3, 4,
3,
1.
4, 1. So the motion fails. Motion to amend.
May I make an emotion?
All right. Yes?
I would like to make a motion to include just the first paragraph. Not all 3 paragraphs, but the paragraph, the breadth and depth of the school library collection.
Just that first paragraph?
Just that first paragraph to add
So the
that.
motion is to add the first paragraph, which reads, the breadth and depth of the school library collection should meet not only the curricular needs of students, but also the goals of inquiry, enrichment, critical thinking beyond the curriculum, and a lifelong love of reading to the revised purpose. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion, on that amendment? No discussion? All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes. Those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? The amendment passes. All right, moving on to the next section of definitions. We have currently 3 definitions. I'll start with the first one. Library materials, whether held in a formal school library or in a classroom, shall include all materials that are made available to students through the school library system and that are not otherwise approved as instructional resources through policies relating to textbooks or resource materials. These materials may include any printed items such as books, pamphlets, technology resources, magazines and newspapers, and non-printed materials such as recordings, audiovisual equipment, computer software, and other artifacts. Do we have any changes to this policy?
I'd like to make a motion on the first sentence to delete whether held in a formal school library or in a classroom. So it should read, library materials shall include all materials that are made available to students through the school library system, period.
I'll second that.
Oh, so you're striking the end of it as well?
Right.
Okay.
So, and that are not otherwise approved, strike that.
All right, so the new definition would read, library materials, This is the proposed amendment. Library materials shall include all materials that are made available to students through the school library system, period. These materials may include any printed items such as books, pamphlets, technology resources, magazines, and newspapers, and non-printed materials such as recordings, audiovisual equipment, computer software, and other artifacts. We have a second, so is there any discussion on that change? All right, seeing...
Can I make a change on the second sentence, or does that need to be a
You
second?
can amend. You can amend your
Okay,
amendment.
so on the second sentence, instead of these materials may include, replace these with library materials.
These what?
Library.
So instead of these, it should say library.
Does that need a second? Because,
So we have a change to. We have an amendment. Do we have a second?
yes, I'll second that.
Okay. So I'll just read it once more for clarification. The amendment now reads, library materials shall include all materials that are made available to students through the school library system. Library materials may include any printed items such as books, pamphlets, technology resources, magazines, and newspapers, and non-printed materials such as recordings, audiovisual equipment, computer software, and other artifacts. Do we have any discussion on this proposed amendment to the definition of library materials?
Just for the sake of terminology that we use, if you'd care for that, we use e-books, audiobooks. Those are terms that are used quite often now, if that would add value for clarity.
The librarians also mentioned that they categorize it more simply just into 4 things: print, digital, audiovisual, and artifacts.
Okay.
But that's, for the board.
That, can you repeat that one more time and maybe speak very closely? Maybe
Yes,
move it-
print, digital, audiovisual, and artifacts. So those are the 4 things instead of that long
Digital.
list. Yeah,
What was it? Print, digital.
digital, audiovisual, and artifacts.
Mrs. Hillman, would you like to amend that again to include that instead of the list we currently have? Okay. Do we have a second for that?
Yes, I'll second that addition.
So, and I apologize, but just to make sure we're all on the same page, the new definition, proposed definition reads, library materials shall include all materials that are made available to students through the school library system. Library materials may include print, digital, audiovisual, and what was it?
Artifacts.
Artifacts. Does that sound correct?
It's actually all under what the librarians wrote, if that makes it easier for you.
I'm good. Okay. So any discussion on these proposed changes? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of this new definition?
Yes.
Yes. Any
Yes.
opposed? Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay,
Abstain.
2 abstentions, 7 yeses.
6.
What's that? Oh,
6.
6, we're missing 1, sorry. All right, the next definition that's currently,
Madam Chair,
yes.
motion, is it considered an amendment if I want to add something to the definitions?
Yes.
Okay. A motion to amend and include the recommended additional definitions, which the first one is weeding, parentheses, deselection, the systematic process of removing and/or replacing materials which have outlived their usefulness as expressed by the Pennsylvania School Library Association. And then the second, am I able to add something? I'll just add it right away. And then reconsideration, a formal process by which individuals can request the review of a specific school library resource, typically due to concerns about content, appropriateness, or alignment with community standards.
Second.
Who seconded that?
Mrs. Miller.
Mrs. Miller?
Do we already define that?
Actually, to clarify, that was not a removal of anything. That was just an addition, correct?
Correct, in addition.
What was that, Leslie? I couldn't hear you.
It's on page 3 for the
I
library.
was just confirming.
No, I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, I was just confirming that she was not proposing to remove anything, just to add.
Add it.
What was here in the librarian's suggestion.
Correct. It's an addition.
I would suggest taking one at a time. Yeah. Take one at a time. You're going to do weeding, define weeding.
I think we could do both
She
just for
doesn't-
time's
So
sake.
can I just bring your attention to something? Did we second that? Because
Yes.
we have
Mrs. Miller did.
we have those exact same words close to it. We have a definition in the policy under the weeding section. So it already exists in there. So are you proposing to have it in twice?
Yes, just because if we're looking at it piece by piece right now, when we go back to totality, then maybe we will decide if we want to keep it in the beginning
Okay.
or like if we want to revisit
Okay.
it. So
Okay.
I would rather it be in there for us to discuss later
Okay.
in a more open forum
All right.
versus seriatim.
Okay, so the amendment, we're proposing to add 2 definitions to the definition section, to read as the first one, weeding, with, in parentheses, deselection. The systemic process of removing and or replacing materials which have outlived their usefulness as expressed by the Pennsylvania School Library Association. And the next one, reconsideration, a formal process by which individuals can request the review of a specific school library resource, typically due to concerns about content appropriateness or alignment with community standards. And we have a second, so any discussion about the addition of those 2? Yeah, we're doing them at the same time. We're doing these at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, seeing no questions, comments. All those in favor of adding these definitions to the definition section?
Yes.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Okay, the motion passes.
So I
Or
would
the
like
amendment.
make an amendment to the definition of reconsideration that we just adopted.
Okay,
A formal process by which individuals can request the review of a specific school library resource, including but not limited to concerns about content appropriateness or alignment with community standards.
I'll second.
So we're deleting due
Do.
to and putting in including but not limited to.
so the new definition the amended definition reads, reconsideration, a formal process by which individuals can request the review of a specific school library resource, typically,
Resource,
resource,
including but
But
not limited to concerns about.
concerns about content, okay. A formal process by which individuals can request the review of a specific school library resource, including but not limited to content appropriateness or alignment with community standards. And we have a second on that, so any discussion about that change? Okay. No discussion, let's go straight to a vote. All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, the amendment passes. Okay, moving on to the next amendment that's in the policy is sexual acts, and I'll read it. Sexual acts are defined as sexual intercourse, masturbation, sadism, masochism, bestiality, fellatio, exhibition of genitals or nudity, if such nudity is depicted for the purpose of sexual stimulation or gratification, or any touching of the sexual or other intimate parts. Do we have any changes to that definition? Do we have any changes?
I'd like to make a motion to amend.
It'll be read again shortly, I'm sure.
What's that?
I would like to make a motion to amend.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to strike it completely.
Okay. Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Sorry, go ahead, Amy.
Mrs. Turchick?
My only discussion point would be that I don't believe we have a problem with this currently. I think our librarians make good decisions currently about, I realize there are literature works out there with sexual content in them, but the literary value of the work outweighs that, and I don't think we have a problem with that now. So I don't think this is something that we need to put in a policy.
Okay, any other comments?
I would just like to add to Amy's point. I don't think it's necessary to have this explicit in our policy. I think it could be covered if there were a reconsideration and that gets brought up in whether it's the recommendation or the individual. Like, this policy is so focused on sexual acts, yet there's other areas that could potentially trigger a reconsideration. So I think that it's best we leave this out and leave it up to the discretion of those that want to make a reconsideration request.
Any other discussion items on the proposed amendment, which is to strike the definition? Dr. Miller?
Just input, again, the librarians their input is in both selection and reconsideration. Work should be evaluated as a whole, which we heard earlier from Mr. Hoffman as well, and using the established selection criteria. And so my question earlier in the evening was, are we discussing the age appropriate? We're further defining that, is the way that was explained relative to sexual content. And so that was a further clarification of criteria. So again, I just don't know where all that fits. I agree with it that it's not necessary. And I just want on the record, the idea that the librarians want to look at works as a whole.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Seeing none. The motion on the table is to strike the definition of sexual acts. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions? The motion fails. All right, moving on to the next definition, which is implied sexual acts, and I'll read that.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I do have a change.
To implied sexual acts?
No, to sexual acts.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I'd actually have a couple. I'd like to add into the first sentence the word pedophilia and sodomy.
Where?
After sadism.
Pedophilia and what?
Sodomy.
Sodomy. Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. So the proposed definition now, the amendment is proposed to now read, sexual acts are defined as sexual intercourse, masturbation, sadism, pedophilia, sodomy. I'm sorry. Let me start it over. You want it after masochism, right?
That's fine.
It doesn't matter, okay. Put that after masochism, bestiality, fellatio, cunnilingus, exhibition of genitals or nudity, if such nudity is depicted for the purpose of sexual stimulation or gratification, or any touching of the sexual or other intimate parts. Do we have any discussion on this proposed amendment? Seeing no discussion. All those in favor of the change?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The amendment passes.
Madam Chair, I have another amendment for this.
Okay.
Because I want to be really clear about this. Where it says on the third line, for the purpose of sexual stimulation, I want it to read for the purpose of the character's sexual stimulation. And the character is in parentheses with an S, so it could be one or more. If that makes
Okay.
sense.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a second? All right, so the amended definition now reads, sexual acts are defined, or the proposed amended definition. Sexual acts are defined as sexual intercourse, masturbation, sadism, masochism, pedophilia, sodomy, bestiality, fellatio, cunnilingus, exhibition of genitals or nudity, if such nudity is depicted for the purpose of the character or character's sexual stimulation or gratification, or any touching of the sexual or other intimate parts. Do we have a discussion? Any discussion?
Do we realize that our children can read this policy? Is it not odd to anybody that we're literally listing out sexual acts in our school board policies? If you're so against it, then we're sitting here defining it and putting it out there for every child to say, Mom, Dad, what's that? I mean, can that not be a consideration?
My kids aren't reading the policy.
Mrs. Turchick?
Yes, I have a couple questions, especially regarding Mr. Morissette's recent thing about for the sexual stimulation or gratification of a character of the book. Could he explain how that, Mr. Morissette, could you explain where that would come up or where that would be a concerning part of a book? I guess I'm having difficulty understanding your logic here. So if you could explain that a little better, I'd appreciate it.
I don't want any confusion. It's about the character in the book.
So you're concerned if a character in the book is sexually stimulated in some way, then the book is still considered a sexual act?
No, you take it in total. You are reading the sexual acts in total.
Okay.
I'm reading sexual acts are defined as...
Mrs. Turchick, you've had 2 times to speak, as has Mr. Morissette. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Who seconded that motion?
Who seconded it? Mrs. Hillman.
Mrs. Hillman, okay.
Any other comment?
So, yes, so you're concerned about the character being sexually stimulated, not the reader? I'm just, seriously, that's all I'm asking.
And
Is
Mr.
that right?
Morissette has already used his time. He's spoken twice. I'm just trying to be consistent here.
Okay.
Any other, especially from those who haven't spoken yet? All right, hearing none.
Wait, if I can just speak to Joe.
You can,
I
you've only-
guess we could make an amendment if we wanted to clarify that, then have that discussion. If you want that answer.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment, which is to include, I'll just read the whole thing one more time.
Please read it.
Sexual acts are defined as sexual intercourse, masturbation, sadism, masochism, pedophilia, sodomy, bestiality, fellatio, cunnilingus, exhibition of genitals or nudity if such nudity is depicted for the purpose of the character or character's sexual stimulation or gratification, or any touching of the sexual or other intimate parts. All those in favor of this amended definition?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The amendment passes. Moving on to the next definition, which is implied sexual acts, and currently in the red line it is implied sexual acts are depictions that explicitly imply that a sex act is about to occur, is occurring, or has just occurred. Do we have any proposed changes to that definition?
Madam Chair, I motion to make an amendment to strike this entire paragraph.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a second. So the motion is to strike that entire definition. Any discussion?
I just don't know how you were going to define explicitly imply that a sex act is about to occur, is occurring, or just occurred. The language is very vague. I think it's up to interpretation depending on how you engage in those activities. It could be culturally different. It could be different amongst individuals. Dr. Pasquinelli, if you'd like to speak more to it.
Yeah, I'm just, again, thinking about, am I on? Implementing the policy, the challenge that we have. And there's language later in the policy about, objective decisions. This seems so subjective, where who's making the determination of what's going to happen based upon the author's purpose. I mean, it's really difficult to think about implementing this.
Okay. Any other, Mrs. Turchick, your hand is up.
Yeah, I also agree that this should be stricken from the policy. I mean, like to talk about an implicit sexual act. I mean, if there's a character in the book that is pregnant, we could imply the person had sex prior to that point in the book. So that would also imply a sexual act. So I think that, we're already on a very slippery slope here, but this one especially implied sexual acts. I think this one is impossible for, for people to manage.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I just want to add with what Mrs. Turchik just said for Mr. Hoffman. Is that discriminatory in any way given policy 103?
Okay.
If we're talking about pregnancy, I don't know whether that term would pertain to pregnancy. So I assume that the purpose here is not to exclude references to pregnancy. I don't know. I mean, it's,
That's why I think that's why I wanted to,
broad-based.
I wasn't thinking that. That was an interesting point, and I was thinking about policy 103, and I think we need some clarification on that.
Okay, any other discussion?
I'm sorry, just a point of inquiry here. I didn't really think I got a clear answer from Mr. Hoffman. If we have a book and a character in the book is pregnant, is that a pregnant person has an implied sexual act regarding that? So, I mean, does that, I'm not familiar how that would apply with 103, but just a little clarification, maybe because I'm remote, I didn't hear it clearly.
Well, Dr. Miller's question was relating back to 103. The board has to answer the question of whether implied sexual acts somehow encompasses references to pregnancy. I mean,
And also
we can
depending.
debate this language. If the board intends to exclude that, I would suggest that you clarify it.
Any other comment?
I was just going to say also the age of the individual that is pregnant. I mean, that could be offensive to people if it's a 10-year-old
Okay.
versus a 30-year-old or.
Any other comment? Okay, seeing no more comments, the proposed amendment is to strike the definition for implied sexual acts. All those in favor of striking the definition?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No. Any abstentions?
Who abstained?
Abstain.
Okay, so let me just get this right.
It passes.
Yeses.
It's 4
Four.
yeses, 3 noes, 1
So
abstain.
what was that? What was the final count?
I'm asking that.
4, 3, 1.
4
Okay.
yeses, 3
Who,
noes.
I have Mr. Cassidy, Mrs. Fortier, Mrs. Turchik, and
Mrs. Miller.
Mrs. Miller. So it would be 4, 3,
3,
2.
1.
Yeah. 4, 2, 1.
4.
Okay.
So four
No,
for
4,
striking
3,
it.
1, yeah.
Okay. So the motion passes and we remove implied sex acts from the policy.
Whoops.
Okay. Any other changes to definitions?
Ooh. Madam Chair,
Yes?
I make a motion to adjourn this portion of the meeting and go to recognition of visitors.
Yeah,
I had a
okay.
couple of
Except
definitions
I was
to add.
talking,
Second.
so in the future, if you could just let me finish my sentence before interrupting me. We try not to interrupt. I have the right to speak as well. But I will entertain it, but for the future, if I'm mid-sentence, maybe as a courtesy. So we have a motion, we have a second to adjourn the meeting. This is not debatable. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Opposed?
No.
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 Abstentions? The motion fails. Any other changes to definitions?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have 3 that I'd like to add. I'll take
Okay.
them one at a time, or would
Okay.
you like all 3? No, we'll
Let's
do
do
one at a time.
one at a time since they're
One
new.
at a time. All right. First one is, I'll read it out. The definition for explicit sexual acts are depictions that contain detailed, graphic, and/or excessive written descriptions of sexual acts.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes.
The word as well, the phrase.
Yes, I'll repeat it. Explicit sexual acts are depictions that contain detailed, graphic, and/or excessive written descriptions of sexual acts.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to do it one more time. Explicit sexual acts are depictions that contain detailed, graphic, and/or what?
passing you a piece of paper that you can refer to.
Thank you. That makes it easier. So the proposed amendment is adding a new definition, explicit sexual acts, which is defined, it would read, explicit sexual acts are depictions that contain detailed, graphic, and/or excessive written descriptions of sexual acts. Do we have a second for that addition?
Second.
Any discussion on explicit sexual acts?
I'm just confused why we need a separate definition. We already have a definition about sexual acts. Now we have to have one about explicit acts. Is there a reason why? That was a point of inquiry, Mr. Morissette.
I'm not sure that's the way you use that.
Right.
Well, I think
that,
it is.
but you can ask the question, and Mr. Morissette can choose to answer it or not because it is part of his time allotment. So if he doesn't speak up, I'm going to move on.
No.
Dr. Miller?
It's a definition. We can
Okay.
vote. We can vote.
Dr. Miller?
I'm at a place where it will be helpful to see the whole thing once it's all done, because it's really tough to keep
Yes.
track of everything and where it's relevant. There's a word in there, excessive, without a further sub-definition. I think the challenge that I hear in that is different people's viewpoint would define that differently. We have a diverse student body, we have a diverse parent community, and so it's hard to define excessive. Is 7 times excessive? Is twice? Is 50? What is it? And again, I'd like to see it within the context of the whole policy, but those words, in my professional opinion, are not clear, and that makes it challenging to interpret.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. Hearing none.
Mr. Morissette, would you consider removing that wording, the excessive?
Let's go through and see, and then you can make an amendment to that.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, we're going to move on. So the proposed amendment is to add a new definition, and that definition reads, explicit sexual acts are depictions that contain detailed, graphic, and/or excessive written descriptions of sexual acts. All those in favor of including it?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
No.
No.
Any abstentions? Okay. The amendment passes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I make a motion to amend the last amendment that passed to take out excessive.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. We can have discussion. Any discussion?
I just think that with the recommendation of Dr. Miller, given his role in the district and his role in implementing this policy, that we should respect and acknowledge his professional opinion. Therefore, it should be, I believe it should be taken out.
Any other comments? Okay. Not seeing any. The proposed amendment is to remove the word excessive from the recently approved definition. All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Those opposed?
Yes.
No.
No. Any abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay. The motion fails. I see you have 2 more. You want to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have a motion. I will read this, and Mrs. Williams, I will have a document that I can hand you with this, what their actual reading is, because it's 4 lines. Definition, I make an amendment to offer up a definition of classical works of literature are defined as books of high literacy quality that have enduring value over multiple generations, cultural impact, and influence on literature, art, or society as a whole, and have received critical recognition by widely by being widely studied and/or praised by scholars and critics. Period.
Just to clarify, you have written high literary, and I think you said literacy. I'm assuming it's what's written on the page, right?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's my spell check in my thing, I believe. Let me see if I have this right. Yes, yes. High literacy.
High literary quality is what you have written.
Yes, but it should be literacy, I think.
Literary.
I don't even know how to spell it.
Do we have
I
a
should go back.
second for this?
I'll second.
All right, we have
I got a miss in the R.
a proposed addition to the definitions section, and that is classical works of literature are defined as books of high literary quality that have enduring value over multiple generations, cultural impact, and influence on literature, art, or society as a whole, and have received critical recognition by being widely studied and or praised by scholars and critics. Mrs. Turchik, do you want to start the discussion?
Yeah, I'm just concerned why we even need this definition. As aforementioned, we have qualified librarians who make decisions regarding the materials in our school, that they are deemed good literary works of art. To me, instead of following the librarians and the superintendents and the other leadership and the teachers and the people in our school, we're going to get Mr. Morissette's definition of what is quality literature, which is vague at best. I think this belongs nowhere in this policy.
Okay. Any other comments? Dr.
I do have one comment. Amy, we refer to classical works of literature.
No, don't say
I'm
anything.
sorry, you're interrupting.
I'm
Mrs. Hillman
speaking.
has the floor.
We refer to it in the policy, and I don't know if you were present when we were discussing that, but we were talking about the standards that govern age-appropriate materials and what's acceptable in the library. We reference classical works of literature, which is why I'm assuming Phil has added it to the definition.
Okay. Dr. Miller.
Just a question with the definition. The book title that I've been using is to make this concrete. Color Purple's 1982.
Actually, I believe it was first published in 1970.
Okay, I'm looking at 82. 70?
Yeah,
Then
I think
would
it was reprinted in the 80s.
Qualify as multiple generations then?
I would agree.
I'm just trying to ask based on the definition that's here.
Yeah. I can double check that, but I think it was in the 70s. Any other comments?
I'm just going to say again, use my other second time that I'm allowed to speak about this, but I don't think, to say broad across generations, like I said, these are vague terms. I don't think we should be locked into any kind of terms that a certain member of the board felt the need to put into the policy when we have librarians that we can just use good judgment, good discretion, quality literature, and I think it's better, and this is unreasonable to add.
Okay. Any additional comment? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor of the addition of a definition for classical works of literature that reads, classical works of literature are defined as books of high literary quality that have enduring value over multiple generations, cultural impact and influence on literature, art, or society as a whole, and have received critical recognition by being widely studied and or praised by scholars and critics. All those in favor of including this definition in the definition section of the policy?
Yes.
Yes. Those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? The amendment adding the new definition has passed. And I assume, Phil, you
Madam
have
Chair,
another.
I have another amendment. Since we've talked about classical works of literature, I'd also like to define classical works of art, since it's already used inside the policy. Classical works of art are defined as art from any period or culture that exhibits technical mastery, enduring value over multiple generations, have cultural significance and influence on art, literature, or society as a whole, and have been widely studied by scholars and/or praised by critics as important and exemplary works.
I feel like we're missing a word there, Phil, and I'm not sure what it should be. Classical works of art are defined as art from any period or culture that exhibit technical mastery. Is there a comma there? Enduring
Value
that,
over multiple generations.
that exhibit, can we put in like have enduring value?
Let me
Works
see.
have, yeah.
So let me see if I want to amend it. Any period or culture that exhibits technical mastery and have
And have enduring value.
over multiple generations.
Let me just read it one more time. So the proposed amendment is to include the following. Classical works of art are defined as art from any period or culture that exhibit technical mastery and have enduring value over multiple generations, have cultural significance and influence on art, literature, or society as a whole, and have been widely studied by scholars and are praised by critics as important exemplary works. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion on this proposed amendment? Okay, no discussion. All those in favor of including this definition for classical works of art?
Yes.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Any abstentions? Okay, the amendment passes. Anything else for that section?
Nothing.
Otherwise, we have concluded the first run-through according to seriatim, paragraph by paragraph. I'd like to propose that we come back together again at a later date to consider the policy as a whole with the revisions written out so that we can have time to reflect on them and to reference them. So if we have a motion to adjourn, although we lost Mrs. Fortier.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
Do we have a second? And this is a motion to adjourn to public comment. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Yes.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right. This concludes this portion of the revisions to Policy 109, and we now move into public content, or public comment.
Excuse me, before we go to public content, do we want to set the date for the next meeting while we have at least the majority of the board here that people can weigh in when they're available?
We have already voted to adjourn, so I'm not sure. Mr. Hoffman, can we backtrack to do that? Do we care?
You can discuss when you want to have your next meeting.
We can, okay. Well, I think the
How much-
Christmas,
May I ask a question?
yeah,
I'm assuming that we'll get a compilation of all of these changes. So
Correct.
you're gonna need some time for that to take place.
right, and that's why, yes.
Yeah. So you give us sort of a time frame of
Well, I
when you
think
think that
the-
could be ready.
Maybe
The
December
holiday-
24th or 25th?
Yeah. I'd like to propose January 2nd.
I'm going to say that doesn't work for the majority of people in our, it doesn't work for me, and it probably doesn't work for a lot of the teachers that are just returning back to school, so that's probably not a great idea.
What was the, I'm sorry, what was the date?
January 2nd,
Okay.
which
I
is the
can
first
do-
day back to school.
Yeah, I can do second.
That's good for me.
Mrs. Miller, yes? Okay. Mr. Weethorn? Okay. Mr. Morissette?
Second's fine. I'm open on the second.
Okay. Dr. Miller?
Yeah, we discussed this on the phone. I don't see a reason, I'm available the second. I don't think it's in the best interest of our staff and community on the first day back. It is a work day. I just don't think it's necessary and would suggest early the next week is fine. That's just my professional opinion.
Mrs. Fortier, we have January 2nd.
I have it available, but I echo Dr. Miller's sentiment. I think it's just everyone's coming back from break. It's not kind of something I want to spend time over my break focusing on. If I could get another week, I think it would be appropriate and considerate.
I agree. Mrs. Miller also echoed that she needed some time, and we're all busy during the holidays. So to push
She
it away
said
for
she was
2
available. I think you misheard.
No, I heard her say she needed some time.
Maybe she can, no, we need some time to review it, and apparently Jane, I'll let her speak for herself, but she gave the indication that it worked. I mean, we have.
Mrs. Miller, would you be more agreeable to do it the following week? Would that work better for you and maybe the community?
The second works fine for me. What I was asking earlier was for Mrs. Brusales to allow enough time for the document to be revised so that we have it and that we could have time to review it. That was the time issue that I was referring to. But I'm fine to look at the next week as well.
So it's, yes, Dr. Miller?
Thank you, Mrs. Brusales. Again, just, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but not only does the red line have to be prepared, not only does it have to go to the board, I would imagine you'd want it to go to the librarians, administrators, senior leaders, and others for review. They're going to need the time to review that once it's done, because I anticipate, we talked about you inviting them to, I guess I want to talk about that. Do you want to invite them to the next meeting?
Yes, I think it's important.
And if so, then we're asking them to return to a public meeting on their first night back. If you've working in schools, everybody enjoys the break. The first day back is tough, and this is a significant topic to bring forward to the community on the very first day back, including the librarians, principals, and everybody else. I just don't think I'm not saying push it off a long time. I'm just saying the next week.
Also, that apparently Hanukkah ends on January 2nd as well, so just in terms of the calendar, it's the 25th of December through January 2nd is Hanukkah.
Mrs. Brusales, I just want to mention that it may be an issue if we can't have it in DeWitt, that for setup, because the day everybody's on vacation, we may not be able to set up in a different location.
Do we have to set up in a different location? I mean, it is difficult to hear. We tried this out today, and I'm sitting 4 feet away from Mrs. Miller, and I can't hear her. I think we have to find a different solution. I'd like to get back into the boardroom.
I'd like to see us back in the boardroom at our next meeting.
It is not this difficult, and it's been a challenge to really work through, especially trying to do this job going through.
So I'll say first a thank you. Understood the challenges exist, but to Mr. Karpinski and to Mr. Stobener and to Mrs. Williams and all those who they invest an inordinate amount of time to try to make this as good as possible. Sometimes it is the equipment. Some people, however, they don't speak into the microphone. So it's less about the equipment than it's about speaking at a volume into the microphone. I would just say we would like to hear from the board how you want to handle capacity. So clearly DeWitt's the better place to hold a meeting and be able to communicate effectively. The boards historically have also wanted to ensure that those people who want to be present are a part of that. And we have maybe 50 spots for people to sit in the boardroom. When you add librarians and others, that takes away from the audience ability to fit into that space. We have a spillover space in the foyer outside that we've used from time to time, so you can still hear well. You're in that little area outside. Maybe that's 15, 20 additional people. And again, I have no idea what to expect in terms of turnout. So I just would want to hear a plan from the board or from the subject lead about where and how do you want to address overflow participants.
So I feel like, we have what appears to be a majority behind the January 2nd date. I'm willing to continue this conversation. Okay, we've adjourned. I think let's take this conversation and we'll consider all of this information and make a decision in the next week as to when and where. It's getting late and we still have public comment. Let's move into that now and we'll find a date and work on that behind the scenes. So Mrs. I'm losing my mind.
Williams.
Art, please. Do we have any speakers?
We do. We have some people online as well. As we have quite a few people to speak in person. So we'll start with the in-person people, and then I'll try and alternate online people. Our first speaker is Cindy Vogel, and then we'll follow by Steve Kutlinius online.
I had a lot of things to say this evening, but I decided that I just wanted to thank you all for your tireless work, your effort to protect our children, to protect parental rights. I love the school district. I appreciate all the values, all of the support, and just thank you. Thank you so much. I know that it's a thankless job, and you did an amazing job tonight. I don't think many people could have done what you did. So thank you. God bless.
Mr. Stobener, if you're able to give Mr. Kutlinius a call. After that phone call, it will be Ann Myers. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, you're on with the board.
Hi, my name is Steve Kutlinius. I live at Park Plaza in Wexford. Thank you for approving the teacher's contract. Our educators deserve to be compensated fairly. My talk this evening will ask all of you to answer this question. What are you so afraid of? What are you so afraid of about the teacher's report simply mentioning, the treasurer's report simply mentioning that there's a potential for a slight millage increase to handle a shortfall in revenue? This is already part of the public domain from the October 7th video where Mr. Casciani mentioned two options of a slight increase in millage or taking on debt. What are you afraid of, Ms. Brasalis, of not being able to push your red line book ban policy through? You picked a date during Thanksgiving week. You did not ask other board members to if they were able to attend.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
We lost you there for a second.
I'm sorry. When board members told you they would not be able to attend, you became intractable in moving the date. Is this the only way you can push this policy through, by not having all board members present to vote and possibly show opposition to your proposal? There's no need to rush this process. The current policy is working. In addition, you need all board members to voice their opinion on this very important topic. At the October 7th planning meeting, Mr. Morris had stated that all board members should attend the meeting in person, not virtually, to discuss the Angel of Greenwood's core text. He stated that waiting 30 days would not be a concern, and we can wait until everyone is in the room. The proposal to change Library Policy 109.1 is a much larger issue than just looking at one book. You can wait 30, 60 days, even after the holidays when everyone can be present in person, just as Mr. Morris has recommended. And what are you afraid of, Mr. Weethorn, about telling us where the red line book policy you proposed came from? Everyone knows you got it from Central Bucks County School District. The ACLU sued, and that district paid $1.75 million in attorney fees. What are you so afraid of with the Angel of Greenwood being not being a core text? I read the book and could not understand what the problem was. I emailed the entire board to understand the opposition. I got 2 responses, thanking Ms. Miller and Ms. Perchak. Neither of them expressed any real opposition. I did not get one response from a board member who had opposition to this book. So what am I so afraid of? I'm afraid I really don't know where the end game for this board is. Do you want to have ministers as guidance counselors? Do you want to teach creationism in science class? Do you want the 10 Commandments posted in every classroom? Do you want a Bible in every classroom? If that is your end game, then you send your children to a parochial school, pay for it out of your own pocket, just like my parents did. Thank you.
Ann Myers, are you still here? Okay. And we'll follow by Lise Bilal.
Hi, Ann Myers, Richland one child in district, 4th grade. I have a lot of disjointed comments about the meeting this evening. First, I'd like to say you actually cannot hear well in the vestibule or whatever it is in DeWitt. So that it's not the best option there is. On implied sexual acts, what is excessive? You keep adding words that require even further definitions, which are subjective. Please choose your words more carefully. Perhaps the way a librarian would and did. Also, Mrs. Brusalis, perhaps you could also have the courtesy to not interrupt people mid-sentence, which you are constantly doing. Regarding your consistency and details within policy, it would be great if you could maintain your micromanagement to even yourself and your wording within the policies. On your unpreparation or lack of preparedness to discuss librarian input. If you are among the board members who push to have this meeting on this date, you should have prioritized reading the input from the librarians, and you should have come prepared. Mr. Weethorn, I know you read Push, so did I, and I'd love to know if you actually read it with an open mind. Did you actually understand what you were reading, or did you just see certain words on a page and call it bad? Not all things that discuss sex are pornographic. Did you read the book and record these words, or did you just copy and paste someone else's work again? I also would like to note that Push was actually one of my favorite of the books that were attempted to be banned. And I derived no pleasure from the sexual content. It was incredibly, devastatingly sad, and if you felt anything different from that, then, like, you're the problem. You seem to not be willing to hold yourselves accountable by reading journals. You're not willing to hold yourselves accountable by having discussions or answering questions. Why are you not holding yourselves to the same standards you hold our administrative team to? You continuously speak disrespectfully to them and disregard their years of education and experience. Mrs. Hillman, regarding your statement about librarians not reading the books, are you planning to read every single book? Once again, do you plan to hold yourselves accountable to the same standards of micromanagement that you want to hold our staff to? And finally, regarding the challenged book process and the timing of when they can be reconsidered again, and the fact that they would not be eligible for consideration to be added back for at least 5 years. I mean, we know what you're doing. Can you at least make the time
Thank you. Your
periods
time's
the
up.
same? Thanks for literally nothing.
Our next speaker is Liz.
Dr. Liz Bilhout. So where do I start? So Sam, I have a lot of disjointed thoughts about what happened tonight. First, I want to say I'm quite appealed by how the board members didn't show any respect to the public, like speak about respect about the taxpayers, like there is like 40 or 50 of us taxpayers here, like spending 4 to 5 hours tonight with you. I don't think that's very respectful. You're disrespecting Dr. Miller, your superintendent. You're disrespecting the librarians, the school staff, the school teachers. I wouldn't be proud of your behavior tonight. So second, I want to emphasize, as you can hear, I was born in France. Like America is a multicultural country. Like the definition of nudity and vulgarity is different. Like, is hell a vulgar word for you? Hell is not vulgar to me. I'm not a Christian. What about women's breasts? Is it women's breasts? Are they like part of intimate part of a woman? What about men's breasts? Are they intimate? Are you gonna remove all the like graphic novels where people play basketballs? What about women's hair? Like, what if tomorrow you have a Muslim coming and telling you that for him, like, women's hair is intimate and they want to remove all the books where they can see a major woman's hair? No, Okay, second, I sent an email today to the school boards. I didn't hear you taking into account the feedback I gave. Like some of the accounts about timeliness or definitions of materials were discussed tonight, so I'm happy about that. Some of them were not. For instance, so input of key groups, the balance of oversight. I think this policy puts way too much power in the boards. It's not fair that, it's even like a majority of the board. So it means like 5 people are gonna decide what more than 4,000 students are gonna read in the future. That's not fair. What else? Yes, I want to go back to push. First, it's a very old strategy, like reading extract from push, like we've seen that in last year already, so please be a bit more creative. Second, as Dr. Miller said, there is a context. You have to take the whole book into account. And then more importantly, like when you read those passages, what I heard was that there is sexual abuses in families. Like in this school district, like more than 4,000 students, families are abusing
Your time
their
is up.
kids
Thank you.
sexually, and I think they do deserve a safe
Thank
space
you.
to speak and to learn
Thank
about
you,
sex.
Ms. Williams.
Our next person is Nyla Griffin, and then we'll go to an online caller.
Hi, Neela Griffin. I have 2 kids in the district and 1 coming up. I also have some disjointed thoughts, so bear with me. As far as the timeline for the books to be approved, obviously something very clear is if that kids want like a new Dogman book that was brought up in March, they aren't going to get that book that school year. So what happens to 3rd graders that are now moving up to the next school? They're not going to have access to that book because it's going to be in the school they're no longer at. Not everyone can afford to just go purchase books. We do have Title I schools, so that is a very, very privileged thing to say. I do want to bring up that books like Heartstopper were put up to be banned. That book is in no way whatsoever inappropriate or vulgar. Would that book have been approved by this board? How far does your own personal homophobia and transphobia reach into our libraries? We know you don't like the LGBT community, you made that clear. So how many books simply depicting gay, queer, or trans characters will be banned or not approved? Books that do represent students in this district. We need clarification. Speaking of, adding sodomy to your definition was redundant. It was already in there in other ways, and clear and pure homophobia. Also, a way to give students new things to Google since they will have access to this policy. I think it's absolutely disgusting to equate childhood sexual abuse to pornographic content. This should be individual parent choice, not your choice. Telling people to just go buy a book about an impoverished, illiterate, marginalized teen is laughably deplorable. The only thing vulgar was a white man using the N-word instead of referring to it as such. That was extremely inappropriate. I don't have a problem with vulgar words. That's just not appropriate. You don't think that that book is appropriate for 14 to 18 plus year olds, which are in the high school, but children live it much younger. I lived it at 11. I've avoided reading this book because it was made into a movie at a time I was extremely vulnerable and still dealing with severe trauma. But one line that was read tonight resonated with me so much, I won't say which because it just isn't my story to tell, but I wish I had read that as a high schooler because that sort of representation would have been really, really healing in a time that I felt very alone and had not shared that part of my story with anyone. I'd like to read some quotes of my own, directly from the Pine-Richland Kids First Facebook page. You want to focus on helping students achieve their personal best regardless of ability and circumstances. My goal is simple, to ensure that parents remain involved, informed, and in control. How can we be involved, informed, and in control when you're making the final decisions? Our agenda and wish is for kids to read books that they enjoy and that represent them. Your agenda is control, bigotry, sexism, racism, transphobia, and homophobia. These books are not hurting people, you are.
Mr. Stoberner, if you could call our online caller, Jennifer Buse, and then our next person will be Kathleen Ravati.
Hi, you've reached Jennifer Buse. I'm not available to take your call.
We'll move on to Ms. Ravati, followed by Mike Barber. Ms. Ravati?
I'll try to keep this short. It's been a long night. My first comment is I find it astonishing that some members of this audience and the board are more concerned about the definitions in a policy that might be online than they are reading about sexual content that actually is in the library. And that's not my main point, but the sort of disconnect that I feel at some of these meetings, it's startling and it's actually saddening in a lot of ways. I also am very much opposed to speakers that come up here and throw transphobia, homophobia, racism, bigotry, everything under the book because they don't have factual arguments to advance. And I'm sorry that all of you get labeled with that. None of you deserve it, no matter what political parties you represent. You're here for all of your constituents. Just a couple quick things. I sensed from the administration a lot of pushback on this policy because it seemed to be perceived as an attack on the librarians. And that's really not what it is. You have to remember back in 2016 when 109, I believe it was 2016, was first drafted, maybe it seemed like an attack on them at that point as well, right? I mean, in policy, it might always seem like an attack on the librarians. So please distinguish between your attack on this version of the policy versus you wanting to protect librarians. Because we have an existing policy that already is supposed to regulate the librarians. And there are people sitting on this board who weren't happy with how that policy was being put into practice by the administration. And that's why they've been elected. Second thing is this idea that the librarians are already doing this. There's already transparency with the teachers, the librarians. They can call at any time and ask that a book not be available. I totally believe that and agree with it. But as an argument for why there shouldn't be codified policy, it's like saying we shouldn't codify or publish our laws because everybody knows what's illegal. I mean, that's not the point of putting policy into writing. It's so that parents can move into this district, go onto the district website, access policies that are of interest to them, and read what your obligations are, what their obligations are. It's not about, we don't need to put this in writing because it's already done. I'm sure it is done. I've had nothing but positive experiences with the staff at Pine-Richland, the librarians, but that doesn't mean there's not a need for written policy. And finally, I caution both sides from digging in too hard on any position, because what's happening is you are drafting a policy to be outcome determinative instead of to survive for the ages. And that's my only piece of advice. Thank you very much.
Mr. Barber is next, followed by, I don't know if I'm going to say this right, Brian Folk.
Just make sure my shirt can be just a little bit. Dr. Miller, thank you as always. Your leadership is undeniable and appreciated beyond anything these people offer our school district. Your ability to navigate whatever they are throwing your way is admirable, and I honestly don't know how you're riding it out. I hope you're doing okay personally, because it seems like they are trying to make this so difficult for you that you are going to leave. I hope you never leave. You are a demanding boss, but very transparent, and you are an exceptional leader. So thank you, and hopefully enough of the community recognizes that they need to be voted out. Thank you to the admin and teachers that show up for our kids every day, Dr. P, Dr. J. Special thank you, because you guys are the ones that have to try and figure out what they are throwing your way to implement it. Thank you to the PTOs and volunteers who give up their time to make our schools a better place. Thank you to Ashley, as always, for coming prepared. You give voice to my family. 2 of my representatives don't want anything to do with me and refuse to acknowledge me as a constituent. So thank you for at least trying to voice. It's pathetic that they won't engage with you, but thank you for trying. Thank you to Amy Turchik, Joe Cassidy, and he's not here right now, but Mark Kashani, who seem to have grown tired of the political stunts the rest of you keep pulling. I wish the rest of you would wake up and start doing something to actually help our kids. I want to say this meeting was a joke. I still don't understand what you guys are trying to accomplish, and I'm going to speak directly to the community. There are community members that do care about our school, do value our educators, and one of them is right here, Russell Patterson. So if you live in Region 2, there are candidates that care about our school that will run, will support, will provide oversight. Region 2, Russell Patterson, Together for PR.
Next speaker is Brian, and followed by Donna Azar.
I've been hesitant to come up and say anything because there's nothing new to say that you haven't heard already. But I needed to address one comment that you're doing this for the majority of the community. I'm here to add my voice against this policy. We need to make choice available, the platform that you ran on. Dr. Miller, thank you for bringing up the color purple, because all through tonight, as we went through this policy, all that was going through my mind were the books that I've read that are part of our standard curriculum that are violating this policy that you're putting forward. The Catcher in the Rye, Brave New World, The Great Gatsby, all have parts that violate this policy and are yet all part of our curriculum. So I ask you to kind of look at this and find a way of compromising what it is that you're really trying to accomplish. So we hired you, we elected you to be a board to help lead and set a good example. This is not the division that we want in our community. We want to come together and find a way that works for everybody, and we ask that of you. From a fiscal standpoint, we are running down a path that is going to cause us a millage increase, because we are going to have to bear the cost of defending this policy if you put it in place. So nobody wants to say where it comes from, because we know that this is a bad faith effort that's going to end badly for the community. So I ask you to reconsider. Thank you.
Donna Azar, followed by David Azar.
Hello, my name is Donna Azar, and I have 2 children in the district. Dear school board members, we stand here today not in celebration, but in concern. A shadow has fallen over our school board members, a chilling effect that threatens to stifle the very essence of education. The red line policy, a misguided attempt to shield our children from the complexities of the world, is in fact could hinder their intellectual growth and limit their understanding of the human experience. By shielding them from challenging ideas and controversial topics, we are depriving children of the opportunity to develop the resilience and empathy necessary to navigate the complexities of life. But it also undermines their critical thinking. That always makes me think about that book, Push. You know, the one that you read out of context. If you don't feel empathy for that character, I don't even know how you can be happy. People who have and practice empathy practice non-judgment of themselves and other people. Why are we judging someone's story? that's someone's story that they're trying to tell that unfortunately happens to other people. Rape, incest, it happens in Pine-Richland. I wish it wasn't a reality, but when you stifle people's stories and their voices, you're stifling our freedom, literally. Instead of fostering a culture of open dialogue and intellectual curiosity, the red line policy has created an atmosphere of fear and censorship. Voices are being silenced, questions are being dismissed, genuine concerns are being ignored. This is not the kind of environment that nurtures future leaders and informed citizens. We urge you, members of the school board, please reconsider this misguided policy. Let us prioritize the intellectual freedom of our students, empowering them to explore the world's rich tapestries of ideas and experiences. It's more constructive to have open discussions about the value of different books and to implement thoughtful policies that balance access with responsible content selections. Please let us work together to create a learning environment where every child feels valued and respected and inspired. And I just would like to also talk to the community. This is a loud minority. They're pushing this through. This is an agenda. By the time that the meeting timing, I would also like to say it's 11:20 at night. We have kids, there are people here who need to go to work
Your time is
tomorrow.
up. Thank you.
This agenda is ridiculous.
I yield my time to my wife.
We cannot yield.
What? Oh. Is the kiss implied sex?
Can we start the timer? Thank you.
Huh? Start it over. Hi, David Azar. I have 2 children in the school district. I'm really scared by this policy. And reflecting on it, I just see how much of a focus the school board is taking to focus in on sex. You know, last time I talked about the advent of the printing press and the emancipation of knowledge. What I want to think about now is the history of confession, because it's really difficult to assess, like, during the medieval period, what actual practices occurred. And so one of the key elements is you look at confessional prompts, because it's the prompts for policy to say, what are people doing? And it's crazy because you read all of these things that priests are encouraged to ask people to do. And the obvious conclusion is people are doing this. So you get questions about masturbation. You get questions about sex. There was even a great concept of asking women if they routinely inserted fishes into their vaginas to stimulate their libido. This was crazy. But it just shows us as much as effort we put into a policy is a reflection of what we want to deny. So why are we focusing so much on explicitly defining every sexual act only to promote it? That being said, you're not even thorough. You cover pedophilia, but not pedophilia, so you only want to bar people from actually molesting children, but as soon as they turn 12, like, that's not actually pedophilia. Wait, shit. Only pedophilias know that distinction, but I'm rambling on. I really think you've lost your mark here. Well, no, you haven't, because you are motivated still. You use Roberts to hide accountability. You're certainly not respectful. And this is really becoming a very unsafe school district. So, I'm sorry, you've undermined my faith in this community. Shame on you.
Next speaker is Nate Browser.
Hello, everyone. Excuse me if I'm a little unprepared. My name is Nate. I was a student at Pine-Richland, recently graduated. And I do have a problem with this book ban, specifically with parts of it being very objective. When you talk about art and scholars, who is considered a scholar, what is considered art, if you look at the Bible, I would consider the Bible to be on this book ban. In parts of the Bible, you can read parts that says, his sister's vagina tastes like wine. In other parts of the vagina, a child is cut in half because of a divorce. Along with this, I am disappointed that we choose a book ban as a board of what we need to prioritize. Student mental health has been at an all-time low, especially in the LGBTQ community, LGBTQ plus community. And this book ban is not helping that specifically. LGBTQ students have reached a point where at least 48% of them has contemplated suicide in the past year. And books are a way for students to express themselves, find out more about themselves, and learn about the world. Getting rid of these books, specifically books about sex and about specifically targeting LGBTQ community books, talking about same-sex couples, same-sex marriages, gets rid of these outlets for students to explore different things in the world. And they're part of the problem of why student mental health is at an all-time low for LGBTQ students. I also am ashamed that you are focusing on banning books as a priority instead of students' health. Yeah, I yield my time. And thank you to the community for coming out.
Okay, our last two speakers are board members. Our first one is Amy Turchik. Mrs. Turchik? Is she on? She's not on anymore? Okay. Mrs. Fortier?
Ashley Fortier, mother of 3 who attend the district. At our last meeting, Board President Morissette made a statement on behalf of this board that included phrases like mutual respect, reflects collective values, fostering professional growth, and maintaining a supportive environment for teachers. While these words sound reassuring, they ring hollow when we find ourselves spending countless hours debating a policy, one that threatens to strip dignity, respect, and autonomy from the very professionals we are meant to support. A controlling environment is not a supportive one. I have serious concerns about the transparency and professionalism of the process that has brought us here today. Mr. Weethorn publicly stated that he contributed 95% of the edits to this policy, but he has not shared his motivations or explained where these edits originated. There has been no clear process presented to this board and no opportunity for the community to fully understand the rationale behind these changes. What we have before us is a redline version of the policy that is haphazard, unprofessional, and riddled with errors. As we consider it is embarrassing that this is the version we are putting forward for public discussion. As we consider a major overhaul to a policy that will impact every aspect of our students' education, and I have yet to hear any of them justify their support for this policy or explain how these changes align with the best interest of our students, teachers, and families. We must listen to the larger community, parents, educators, and students, when they say they trust our teachers, librarians, and school staff to decide what resources and books are relevant and appropriate for their classrooms. Parents' opinions on materials will naturally vary, often driven by their personal values or the needs of their individual children. But this policy, as written, strips away a parent's right to decide what their child reads and learns. It undermines the trust and partnership between families and educators that are the foundation of a strong school community. The role of this board is not to impose a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach to education. We should not be inserting ourselves into the very personal decisions that families are best equipped to make. Yet with this policy, we are doing exactly that, making decisions for families based on the majority's political and personal dogma, not the best interests of students. It is not too late to reconsider this policy. We can still have a thoughtful, transparent discussion about what it means to create a respectful, supportive, and professional environment for our educators and families. But we must be willing to listen to each other, to the community, and above all, to the people who work every day to serve our students. Thank you.
Mrs. Turchik is back on. Mrs. Turchik?
Yep.
You'll
I'm
be
here.
our last speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Williams. This is Amy Turchik, 712 Versacone Drive. I currently serve as the vice president of this school board. As you know, I am not here this evening because I nor anyone else was consulted regarding if the date worked for them. In fact, the chair of this committee did not want the librarians to attend and participate as they did in September. Fortunately for us, our very talented and competent librarians prepared a 28-page response to the red line version. I'd like to congratulate the board in moving the feedback to public content. It is the right thing to do. I'm hoping this helps the librarians to feel valued in some way, as the board majority has shown such disrespect towards them and our other staff members throughout this policy rewrite. Since policy 903 allows me to address board members directly, I'm going to go ahead with that. Mr. Wheathorn, I have sent you at least 5 email requests asking you for the names of the school districts that you use to help craft this red line policy. I have not received a response. I'm going to ask you again publicly to please respond with the names of the school districts that helped you craft this policy. I've included Mr. Hoffman in all of these emails as well because I'm concerned for the legal ramifications for our school district. My second question that I have for you, Mr. Wheathorn, is why did you abstain on so many of the motions? Is it because you wrote the policy, or are you aware that we might be heading into some legal jeopardy here and you'd want to get yourself out of it? I'm extremely concerned about that. Second people I'd like to address would be Mrs. Brasalis and Mrs. Hillman. I served 2 years on the board with you, 2 years that I never one time heard a concern about library books. They were never mentioned, not in a meeting, not privately, not even if we were together socially. I never heard anything. I'm asking again, why is this so important and why now? Let me look back at these 2 years. Again, no talk about books for 2 years, except for 2 weeks before the election in 2023. We had a flurry of library challenges. And then this whole idea of upending our library policy was brought up. Does that mean it was Mrs. Miller, Mr. Morissette, Mr. Wheathorn that was pushing this? I don't know. I would also like to point out, earlier in the meeting, it was discussed about moving back to DeWitt. We all know, everyone in the community knows you want to go back to DeWitt, not because of the acoustics, which I agree suck when we're not there, but it's because you're afraid of being in front of this group of people. A policy is meant to stand the test of time. It's not meant to be pulled one way or another by political ideology. It's clear to everyone in the community, except maybe yourselves, that this nonsense continues. The political composition of this board will flip, as will this policy, in order to indulge the extremism of a few. We have wasted the time of our staff and our community. The district will end up very costly lawsuits as well. And I want to ask you all of this, or why all of you are forcing this on, and why. Again, my apologies for not being there tonight. And also, if you voted for someone up on this board because my name was next to theirs, I would like to sincerely apologize to you as well. Thank you.
That's our last speaker.
All right. Thank you. That ends the meeting.
Yep.